Chapter 664. Chi Wei and Madame Kong exchanged glances, their expressions both very solemn. Madame Kong pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "That youth called Yin Zhaoge is rather strange. Could he have seen through the matter of us setting up the heaven-bearing effecate formation?" Huh. Hearing her words, Chi Wei's gaze turned colder. "This youth is very knowledgeable," Madame Kong said calmly. "According to Jin Yuan, he is also very interested in our search for Yu Baoqi. He seems to know something about it." Chi Wei said coldly, "All the more we cannot leave him alive then. The fewer people who know about the heaven-bearing effecate formation, the better." Madame Kong said, "I have reported this to the two senior apprentice uncles. They also said that the heaven-bearing effecate formation is of utmost importance. That Yu Baoqi is likely related to another major figure, being an unexpected gain. It would be best if we could deal with it in passing. Still, at the end of the day, we still have to focus on solving the riddle left behind by the Earth Queen. Now," she sighed, "I secretly got junior apprentice brother Liao to send the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance and the other treasures over to you as soon as possible." "Never would I have thought that," Chi Wei said. "Anyway, find that fella surnamed Yin as soon as possible." Yin Zhaoge sat within the myriad dragon palace amidst the deep sea. Above his head was his true martial avatar, condensed from his martial true intent. Yin Zhaoge's true martial avatar changed unceasingly. From the initial peerless infinity of chaos to a massive divinity that could overturn the heavens and the earth before transforming into a giant that stood atop a true dragon and was surrounded by clear chi. In the end, it turned into a long sword that was incomparably vicious. The sword transformed into peerless infinity of chaos once more, retracting above Yin Zhaoge's head. Yin Zhaoge opened his eyes, divine light surging within them that shook the surrounding area. His heart jolted slightly as he swiveled his head, seeing Feng Yunsheng walk out from the depths of the palace. "Already a martial grandmaster?" Yin Zhaoge smiled. "While I was unable to break my father's record in the Eight Extremities world, it is already very fast, not slower than mine." Feng Yunsheng said, "I cannot compare to you and Chief Apprentice Uncle. My foundation is not as solid as yours. I have borrowed the chi of true dragons in this myriad dragon palace, as well as the many conveniences of the dim sun, cold moon ritual." Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "Speaking of the dim sun, cold moon ritual, I feel that you should actually expel the power of dim moon from your body, only retaining the power of cold sun. That would instead be better." Because of the cold sun divine saber, Feng Yunsheng had absorbed close to 80% of the total power of cold sun. Or rather, it was the cold sun divine saber that had absorbed close to 80% of the power of the cold sun. Feng Yunsheng's life was intertwined with the cold sun divine saber, and they were one and the same. On the other hand, Feng Yunsheng did not absorb much of the power of the dark moon. After all, Feng Yunsheng's current cultivation level was rather low. "That's exactly what I'm thinking," Feng Yunsheng said. "I vaguely sensed something during my secluded cultivation this time." Yin Zhaoge said, "You might as well just give it to me. I can use it to temper my new supreme martial art." Feng Yunsheng nodded and sat down cross-legged. Her pupils abruptly changed in appearance, flickering with dim blue radiance as they resembled two cold suns. Black light flickered amidst the dim blue radiance. Feng Yunsheng's body shook as she opened her mouth, streams of black light surging out before condensing into a jet-black dim moon in front of her. The moonlight seemed to be blazing, causing one to feel blazing hot. Yet it also contained a cold, clear, and extinguishing intent. Seeing the power of dim moon fly out from her mouth, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. This meant that Feng Yunsheng had long since thought of this, having accurately judged her own cultivation base. She had not deeply refined the power of dim moon, instead keeping it in isolation, condensing it into an orb outside her body now. With just a thought, Yin Zhaoge's true essence transformed into streams of clear chi that flew out, enveloping that orb in the form of a full black moon. The orb was brought to the top of Yin Zhaoga's head. Yin Zhaoga's Baihui acupoint emitted a brilliant glow. Beneath the radiance, that black orb slowly descended, about to be kept within Yin Zhaoga's body. Finally, Yin Zhaoga's eyes suddenly swiveled as that black orb halted its descent. Feng Yunsheng was taken aback. "Is there something wrong?" "There's nothing wrong," Yin Zhaoga stared at her slyly. "It's just that, do you mind if I swallow it with my mouth as well?" Feng Yunsheng instantly did not know whether to laugh or to cry, having rarely seen Yin Zhaoga like this that year. She was neither embarrassed nor angered as she rolled her eyes at Yin Zhaoga. It would be this little girl's honor. "Why don't I go over and feed you?" Yin Zhaoga had yet to speak when Ahu suddenly came over from the side, staring excitedly as he nodded unceasingly. Of course, of course." Pan Pan opened his big eyes that resembled copper bells as he also came over, his two front paws clasped before him as he made a clapping gesture. "Go!" Yin Zhaoga rolled his eyes. Being surrounded by so many people, his mood instantly plummeted greatly. Feng Yinsheng looked like she was smiling whilst also not as she looked exasperatedly at the two spectators by the side. Exchanging glances with her, Yin Zhaoga both laughed. Amidst their laughter, Yin Zhaoga raised his head, opening his mouth as he directly swallowed that black orb condensed to the power of dim moon. A brutal, extinguishing sword intent instantly emanated from his body. That sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, returned to his hands, shaking unceasingly. Ahu and Pan Pan both sat dejectedly by the side. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, Feng Yunsheng smiled as she shook her head, a slight flush appearing on her face as well. After calming herself, she closed her eyes and began cultivating her qi once more. After a long time, Yin Zhaoga opened his eyes, keeping the glorious rainbow sword as he stood up and stretched lazily. "I wonder what the current situation is in the Royal Reed Sea." He controlled the myriad dragon palace to traverse stealthily within the sea for a period of time before surfacing to the surface. He had caught a new tongue and asked for news. The current situation in the Royal Reed Sea had indeed changed once more. With a corner of the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation having been broken by him, the entire Grand Formation had been affected as it was hard for them to target the North Sea Sword Pavilion's sword domain in the Grinding Hut region. The Grand Xian dynasty could only compete head-on with the anti-Xian forces. Both sides had victories and defeats in their battles. The anti-Xian forces relied on the geographical advantage of the Grinding Hut region's sword domain and the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Guardian Grand Formation, causing the Grand Xian dynasty to be hard-pressed to succeed in the short term. Recently, news had spread that the Grand Xian dynasty had suddenly retreated from the North Sea, their spearhead now being directed at the Radiant Light sect. The experts of the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and Copperman Island had all gathered at the North Sea Sword Pavilion before this. If they wanted to reinforce the Radiant Light sect, they would have to leave the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region. However, if the Grand Xian dynasty was still acting as a diversion, still targeting the anti-Xian forces of the Grinding Hut region, it would be very easy for them to ambush those who were rushing to reinforce the Radiant Light sect along the way. If the anti-Xian forces did not reinforce them, the Grand Xian dynasty would simply attack the Radiant Light sect. Having the initiative, the Grand Xian dynasty had more choices while the anti-Xian forces would be in a much more difficult situation. Still, it was unknown whose idea it was, but the anti-Xian forces displayed shocking decisiveness. They immediately left the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region, pursuing the Grand Xian dynasty who had retreated from the North Sea, biting onto their tail, not giving them any time to set up their plans, as they prevented them from setting up any traps or ambushes. Having lost their geographical advantage, the anti-Xian forces were weak. The Grand Xian dynasty wanted to turn around and counterattack, but the anti-Xian forces retreated towards the Grinding Hut region once more. The Grand Xian dynasty did not pursue, wanting to leave the North Sea, but the anti-Xian forces caught up with them once more. Anyway, the two sides fought and stopped, entangled together as they fought unceasingly. The situation was rather similar to that between Yin Zhaoga and that old man earlier. Even as he clashed, he was also unceasingly playing mind games. Other than the overall situation, there was also some other news that drew Yin Zhaoga's attention. For example, everyone was praising that the one who had broken the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was a martial practitioner of the Radiant Light sect. This person was called Nong Yuxuan. Hearing the news, Yin Zhaoga blinked. To be continued. Chapter 665. Yin Zhaoga blinked, looking rather amusedly at the Grand Xian dynasty martial practitioner he had captured. Nong Yuxuan broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation? How'd he do it? When? That person said, I heard that it was in the whole tower region. I am not clear on the specifics. Yin Zhaoga smiled, asking who spread the news. The other party answered, the Radiant Light sect is not clear on the specifics. Yin Zhaoga shook his head, searching over the sea once more. This time, he found a North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner. Starlight Nong pierced through the fire pith vein of the whole tower region's northern region of sea with the 9-star alignment technique, causing the spiritual chi of the earth veins to fluctuate as underground fire spurted out. This underground fire triggered the true Yin wood formation talisman that the Xian traders had set up in the whole tower region. Then, the talisman in turn caused the heavenly fire tribulation thunder in the sky to descend prematurely. Because of the gathering of the underground fire, the descending thunder and fire was also gathered together in the northern region of sea of the whole tower region, not harming any other places. Starlight Nong really put in a lot of effort. The other party spoke unceasingly, repeatedly sighing in praise. A corner of the whole tower region having been shaken prematurely, the entire heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation having been affected, its effects greatly reduced. The sword domain of our anti-Xian army in the Grinding Hut region is impregnable as a result, the Xian traders being hard-pressed to break through. The Radiant Light sect has helped us, making such a huge contribution to the entire anti-Xian cause. Now that they are in danger, we should naturally assist them in fighting the Xian traders together. Yin Zhaoga looked like he was smiling, whilst also not as he asked. You all believe Nong Yuxuan's words? That North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner looked rather quizzically at Yin Zhaoga. This is only natural. Outside of the Grand Xian dynasty, in the Royal Reed Sea, the one who has researched the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation the most deeply should be Starlight Nong. This is something that everyone knows. The facts have proven that he indeed lives up to his reputation. Yin Zhaoga chuckled. From a certain perspective, he felt that Nong Yuxuan indeed had some research on the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. After all, he did not witness it with his own eyes. He could only speculate based on the traces he observed afterwards. Due to the eruption of thunder and fire, only a few traces have been left behind. It was purely hindsight. Yin Zhaoga did not speak further with this North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner, just asking, "Oh, I wonder where this great hero is now." The other party did not suspect anything and replied, I heard that he's in the Heavenly Inheritance continent now. The anti-Xian army pursued the retreating Grand Xian dynasty. The two sides constantly engaged in a battle of attrition. The Heavenly Inheritance continent had just left the Grinding Hut continent. Compared to the pursuing anti-Xian army, it was at the back. That North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner said matter-of-factly, Starlight Nong has performed a miraculous service, breaking through the Xian traders' heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. He definitely bears a grudge against him now, so he should be more cautious. Yin Zhaoga chuckled. The Heavenly Inheritance region? He headed north towards the Heavenly Inheritance continent. Within the Myriad Dragon Palace, Ahu ground his teeth in fury. Young master, this surnamed Nong really is a scum. Yin Zhaoga chuckled. How could it be so easy to take my credit? He smacked his lips. However, it does seem like a trap to lure me to him. Hearing this, Feng Yunxing's gaze turned stern. He has already refined a large portion of the Rahu Saber's power. He is not afraid of the Cold Sun Divine Saber suppression towards him. That is most likely the case. Otherwise, it would be impossible to explain why he is so confident. Yin Zhaoga shrugged. Either many experts of the Radiant Light sect have set up a trap to surround and kill me. even having seen divinity martial saints preparing to ambush me. Or, he is currently able to wield a large portion of the Rahu Saber's power, not being affected by the Cold Sun Divine Saber. At the same time, it would be equivalent to him possessing a mid-grade sacred artifact. The great battle between the Grand Xian dynasty and the anti-Xian forces was currently at a stalemate, raging like a raging fire. The Radiant Light sect might even become the Grand Xian dynasty's target. Under such circumstances, it would be very difficult for the Radiant Light sect to dispatch a great number of experts to deal with Yin Zhaoge, especially when their peak experts would most likely be unable to extricate themselves. Therefore, it was more likely that Nong Yuxuan and a few other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners would be responsible for this matter alone. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. If he is already able to wield a large portion of the Rahu Saber's power, he would be able to restrict my extreme Yang seal. If he does not just have the power for a single strike, it would be even more terrifying. Ahu grinned. Young master, if that is so, it would be a little troublesome. Nong Yuxuan himself was already an elite amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. As he sought the power of dim sun and cold moon, he was also able to single-handedly suppress the combined attacks of Kong Jinyuan, who is also a late merging avatar martial saint, as well as another dim darkness sect elder at the second level of the martial saint realm. Even when he had been injured by Yin Zhaoge, Nong Yuxuan had still been able to reverse the situation and defeat Kong Jinyuan, who was in pursuit of him. As long as the power of the Rahu Saber was not countered by the Cold Sun Divine Saber, even if he only had a single chance to attack, being able to nullify the power of the extreme Yang seal would already be sufficient for Nong Yuxuan. Moreover, even if there were not too many fellow disciples accompanying him, Nong Yuxuan would not be alone. Since he intended to kill Yin Zhaoge, he would naturally have to make proper preparations. After a few exchanges earlier, Nong Yuxuan no longer dared to underestimate Yin Zhaoge. Feng Yunshang pondered for a moment before suddenly saying, "Perhaps there is still a way." As Yin Zhaoge looked at her, Feng Yunshang raised the Cold Sun Divine Saber in her hand. "I can take a bit of a risk." "Oh!" Yin Zhaoge's heart jolted as he understood what she wanted to do, his expression involuntarily turning rather strange. "I already said it back then. I am someone who likes to take risks, often causing major movements. Therefore, I found a housekeeper to manage me, able to rein me in at critical times. From the looks of it now, however, it seems like I found someone even crazier than me." Feng Yunshang smiled. "I also said it back then. Who knows? She might even be crazier along with you." Yin Zhaoge felt pained. "I really boarded a pirate ship." After a few jokes, Yin Zhaoge asked solemnly, "How many breaths of time can you hold on for now?" 12 breaths, Feng Yunsheng answered solemnly as well. "I am going to take a risk and not throw my life away. I understand this principle." Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before saying, "At that time, I will look at the specific arrangements of the other side before making a decision. The Grand Xian dynasty might have the intention of reaping the benefits of a third party's conflict." Emerging from the deep sea, Yin Zhaoge's group arrived at the Heavenly Inheritance region. From his conversation with that North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioner earlier, Yin Zhaoge had already learned that other than Nong Yuxuan, Yu Baoqi was coincidentally here as well. Apart from that, there were also dim darkness sect martial practitioners. Still, they were not people Yin Zhaoge was familiar with. When Yu Baoqi had been informed by the other North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioners and hurried over to see Yin Zhaoge, her expression had been solemn. The first thing she asked upon meeting him was, who exactly was it that broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation? Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Since you have asked this, it means that you too are suspecting it." Yu Baoqi was silent. She had heard Yin Zhaoge mention that there was a way to break the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation, but she had fled after Kong Jinyuan had appeared. She had not witnessed Yin Zhaoge capturing Kong Jinyuan and breaking the grand formation. It was just that after knowing that there was enmity between Yin Zhaoge and the Radiant Light sect, and looking at the current situation, she could not help but feel suspicious. To be continued. Chapter 666. Yin Zhaoge smiled. The one who broke the heavenly fire, tribulation, thunder formation was naturally me. As for a certain person, surnamed Nong, he merely faked his fame and stole credit. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Yu Baoqi fell silent for a time. She thought for a moment, then said, "If you don't mind, I'll take you to see Elder Qi of our sect, who's in charge of the heavenly inheritance continent." Yin Zhaoge laughed. The martial practitioners of the various great sects here might as well be invited to act as witnesses. Seeing Yin Zhaoge so certain, Yu Baoqi could not help but glance at him, pondering for a moment before saying, "Elder Qi will have to decide." Yin Zhaoge said nonchalantly, "The guest follows the host's wishes." They set out together, but who knew that not long after, the horizon in the distance lit up with boundless radiance, illuminating the world into a vast expanse of whiteness. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge smiled. "As expected, you were specifically waiting for me to come." Yu Baoqi felt rather awkward as she knew that it was most likely her fellow disciples who had leaked the news, such that those of the Radiant Light sect had learnt so quickly that Yin Zhaoge had arrived in the heavenly inheritance region. Although it might have been an unintentional mistake by her fellow disciple, she still felt ashamed. On the other hand, Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he saw a few streaks of light speedily arriving before him. Stopping, a few figures appear behind them. The person in the lead was precisely Nong Yuxuan. Under his lead, the group of Radiant Light sect martial practitioners vaguely formed an encirclement. Nong Yuxuan stared at Yin Zhaoge as a Radiant Light sect elder beside him looked at Yu Baoqi, saying, "This person has repeatedly offended our sect, even killing and injuring our martial practitioners. Now, we must properly settle this debt with him. Fairy Yu, please do not interfere." Yu Baoqi frowned slightly. "He is now a guest of our sect." Nong Yuxuan said indifferently, "I will personally apologize to Pavilion Master Gu after this matter is over. For now, your esteemed sect should not get involved." Yu Baoqi's eyes narrowed. She could tell that the other party's tone was flat, but it revealed a firm will and determination. His killing intent was awe-inspiring and unshakable. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "You want to kill me now? How much of it is because of our past enmity, and how much of it is to silence me lest others know that you stole my contribution in breaking the heavenly fire, tribulation, thunder formation?" A Radiant Light sect martial practitioner roared furiously. "Nonsense!" Nong Yuxuan's expression was calm. "That is not important. What is important is that you dare to show your face." He looked rather strangely at Yin Zhaoge. "It looks like the thing is on you and was brought to the world beyond worlds by you. Otherwise, you would not be so bold." A faint smile appeared at the corners of Nong Yuxuan's mouth. "This really couldn't be any better." Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. "Looks like you didn't learn your lesson, ah." Nong Yuxuan stepped on the air, striding forward. "Then let's give it a try." At this moment, a vast and vigorous sword intent came from another direction. The sword light flashed, and the sword energy swept through the world like a tidal wave. Upon seeing this, Yu Baoqi heaved a sigh of relief. Then, an old man appeared in front of everyone. Nong Yuxuan's expression did not change. "Elder Qi, this sect has to settle some personal grudges. I hope that your sect will not interfere." The North Sea Sword Pavilion's expert, Elder Qi, who was in charge of the situation here, cast his gaze on Yu Baoqi. "What's going on?" After glancing at Nong Yuxuan and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners, Yu Baoqi explained the situation to Elder Qi via sound transmission. After hearing what had happened, the other party's expression turned grim. He looked at Yin Zhaoge rather suspiciously. Yin Zhaoge was currently gradually gaining fame in the Royal Reed Sea as well. While he was still a martial grandmaster, he was already no longer an ordinary figure. It was just that compared to Nong Yuxuan, who had made a name for himself many years ago, his reputation was clearly inferior. This made Elder Qi a little doubtful. After all, if it was really as Yin Zhaoge had said, the effects of this matter would be extremely bad. However, Elder Qi had no choice but to be cautious in the current situation. Behind Nong Yuxuan stood the Radiant Light sect, one of the four major powers of the royal Reed Sea that stood against the Grand Qian dynasty, experts as common as clouds. In the process of resisting the Grand Qian dynasty, the Radiant Light sect played an important role. The North Sea Sword Pavilion was attacked by the Grand Qian dynasty. The chief of the Radiant Light sect, Luo Ziyuan, had brought along the high-grade sacred artifact, the Sun Moon Wheels, to personally reinforce the grinding Hut region of the North Sea, helping the North Sea Sword Pavilion resist the Grand Qian dynasty. The Radiant Light sect itself was threatened by the Grand Qian dynasty because of this. As for Yin Zhaoge, however much of a heaven-defying genius he would definitely be unable to compare to the Radiant Light sect at this current stage. It would be fine if the evidence was conclusive, but if both sides insisted on arguing, it would cause a huge mess if it wasn't handled properly. Yu Baoqi had first brought Yin Zhaoge to see Elder Qi out of consideration for this. The clash that had occurred during the dim sun cold moon ritual had already caused more and more people to know that there was conflict between Yin Zhaoge and Nong Yuxuan. While few people understood the specifics of the situation, the two sides were definitely at loggerheads with one another. And now, something like the possibility of stealing credit had happened. The situation was already on the verge of erupting at any moment. If Elder Qi had not arrived, the two sides would definitely have already directly clashed. Now, numerous streaks of light arrived from different directions. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile. The ones who had arrived were martial practitioners of the Dim Darkness sect and Copperman Island. Nong Yuxuan, Elder Qi, and the others were all late merging avatar martial saints. As they vaguely formed a stalemate, it naturally drew the attention of many. Only after arriving did they discover that there was something else going on. A longtime elder of the Radiant Light sect said coldly, "Everyone, with the Grand Qian dynasty currently before us, we shouldn't be wasting time on such a minor matter, right? Our sect can handle it ourselves." How would Yin Zhaoge not be able to tell what he was implying? With a powerful enemy like the Grand Qian dynasty on the outside, between the mighty Radiant Light sect and a mere martial grandmaster, was there even a need to say anything? Even if this martial grandmaster was powerful, able to battle merging avatar martial saints, and possessing boundless potential, how could he compare to the entire Radiant Light sect? The gaze of that Dim Darkness sect elder flickered slightly. This young master Yin Zhaoge, is a guest of my Dim Darkness sect, also being irreconcilable with the Grand Qian dynasty. Currently, the rebellion against the Qian dynasty is of utmost importance. Even if you all have personal enmity, you should still wait for now. Those of the Radiant Light sect all frowned slightly. No, we must slay this little scum today. That Dim Darkness sect elder asked casually, "What are you in such a rush for?" Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. "From what I know, the Bright Starlight King is someone that the Radiant Light sect is heavily groomed, even having a high chance of succeeding as the next chief. However, such a person has actually done something like falsely claiming credit. It's not that he can't do it, it's just that the way he eats is really a little unsightly." A cold light instantly flickered within the eyes of that Dim Darkness sect elder as he stared at Nong Yuxuan. "Oh, this is interesting." Nong Yuxuan ignored that Dim Darkness sect elder, instead saying mildly as he looked at Yin Zhaoge, "Just based on these words of yours alone, I can convict you of the heavy crime of disrupting the morale of the army and wrecking the rebellion against the Qian dynasty." The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards. Doing things in secret is a double-edged sword. Even as you deceive your enemies, you can also deceive your own people. Chapter 667. Yin Zhaoge's words caused everyone present to feel rather puzzled, not understanding what he meant. They all thought that he was referring to the matter before them. A Radiant Light sect elder appeared displeased. "Nonsense." That Dim Darkness sect elder mocked. "If you don't want others to know about it, don't do it. Since you are in such a rush to kill him, it shouldn't be to silence him." The Radiant Light sect and the Dim Darkness sect had long-standing enmity. If not for their common enemy, the Grand Qian dynasty, the two sides would long since have engaged in an endless battle to the death. While they were both currently in the anti-Qian camp, they were still usually not on good terms. Even if it was not to the extent of opposing for the sake of opposing, the dim darkness sect would naturally be happy to see an important figure of the radiant light sect, like Nong Yuxuan, lose his reputation. While the fruits of the dim sun cold moon ritual having fallen into Yin Zhaoga's hands left those of the dim darkness sect feeling rather despondent, it was the Grand Xian dynasty's attack that had caused the ritual to fail at the end of the day. Yin Zhaoga had only just happened to be there. If the remnant power of the ritual had not fallen into Yin Zhaoga's hands, it would most likely have fallen into the hands of the Radiant Light sect's Nong Yuxuan. As compared to the latter, the Dim Darkness sect would definitely find it easier to accept the former outcome. Now that there was a chance to make the Radiant Light sect suffer a setback, the Dim Darkness sect would definitely not hesitate to stand on the same side as Yin Zhaoga. Someone in the Radiant Light sect's camp laughed coldly. Like leeches that have smelled blood, just the slightest sign of trouble from our sect, you will immediately rush over. If you want to take advantage of us, look at the situation first. Who doesn't know that our sect's Elder Nong is extremely proficient in the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation that even few in the Grand Xian dynasty can compare to? He glanced at Yin Zhaoga. Is such a major matter something that a martial grandmaster can accomplish? That would be the greatest joke of the world. That dim darkness sect elder had a composed look on his face. Since that is so, what are you in such a rush for? This elder did not know whether Yin Zhaoga's words were true or not, but he recalled something. When their sect's dim, sun-cold moon ritual had been in progress, Yin Zhaoga had actually followed the power of the ritual all the way from the branch altar to the main altar and had actually been completely unscathed. Whether it was intentional or not, at the very least, this meant that Yin Zhaoga was quite accomplished in the Tao of formations. This caused those of the dim darkness sect to feel a little more confident. Elder Qi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion now asked slowly, Starlight Gnome's method of dispelling it is no longer a secret. After the elders of the various families have investigated it, they are all certain that there is no problem with the method. The whole tower region's heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was precisely dispelled by the 9 stars aligned pearl stirring earth fire. Yet now, young Master Yin has come out and claimed that he was the one who broke the formation. Is there anyone else who can prove this? As he spoke, he glanced at Yubaoqi. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoga knew that Yubaoqi had once mentioned her doubts to this Elder Qi. With Yubaoqi's assurance, Elder Qi wasn't as shocked as before. At the very least, he did not directly reprimand Yin Zhaoga, who was merely a martial grandmaster for bragging. Yin Zhaoga said nonchalantly, If it's witnesses, there really aren't any. The people of the Radiant Light sect laughed coldly. It was you who made a false accusation in the first place. Other than an accomplice who colluded with you, there naturally wouldn't be any true witnesses. Yubaoqi frowned. There was a hidden meaning in the other party's words. The Radiant Light sect had learnt that Yin Zhaoga had first come to the Heavenly Inheritance region to look for her in the North Sea Sword Pavilion. They would naturally be vigilant. Still, she had indeed not witnessed Yin Zhaoga breaking the formation. Thus, it was not good for her to speak now. That dim darkness sect elder chortled. Speaking of this, it was you who spread the news that Nong Yuxuan broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. Is there anyone else who can prove this? The Copper Min Island elder who had been silent all along now said slowly, The heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation is no small matter. The Grand Xian dynasty had already set it up properly at the time, accumulating power and waiting to act. Having a way to break the formation, one would naturally have to grasp the opportunity and do it as soon as possible. Who would still have the time and effort to find witnesses for themselves? This Copperman Island elder surveyed their surroundings. Starlight Gnome was able to explain the method of breaking the formation, the experts of the various sects having confirmed it as well. Accusing him of having stolen credit just based on the words of a single person would be a little unfair, wouldn't it? Moreover, it is someone with a personal grudge against him. His gaze slowly swept across Yin Zhaoga and that dim darkness sect elder. This old man feels that we should still be cautious. Otherwise, The current situation of the rebellion against the Xian would be destroyed for no good reason. Everyone, we currently do not hold the advantage. The initiative lies more with the side of the Xian crooks. If we are not careful in the slightest, a calamity might befall us all. The North Sea Sword Pavilion's Elder Qi was silent for a moment. Meanwhile, that dim darkness sect elder knit his brows. The other party's words were clearly biased towards the Radiant Light sect, with both sides clinging to their own words and neither being able to bring out any better evidence. This was actually something that could be expected. It was hard to convince people to believe that the other party was trying to steal the credit without any concrete evidence. Otherwise, anyone would be able to jump out and falsely accuse others of anything they wanted. Even if they wanted to set up a heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation for the two sides to compete once more, they would not have sufficient materials to do so. Under such circumstances, it would be very normal for them to be biased towards the Radiant Light sect. First, not speaking of how Nong Yuxuan's reputation was greater, just the fact that their conflict with the Grand Qian dynasty had reached a critical juncture with internal strife occurring within the anti-Qian army, now being disadvantageous to their side, no matter how one looked at it. Elder Qi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was still rather hesitant. However, to those of Copperman Island, in order to maintain the stability of the overall situation, even if it really was Nong Yuxuan who had stolen credit, as long as there was no evidence that could pin him to death, Copperman Island would still feign ignorance on the surface. That Copperman Island elder swept his gaze across Elder Qi and the leading dim darkness sect elder. While he did not speak, Elder Qi and the other elder could still see 4 words within his gaze. The overall situation was of utmost importance. Seeing them exchanging gazes unceasingly, looking at those of the Radiant Light sect who were raring to go, Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile even more. While there are no witnesses, there is material evidence. Everyone was simultaneously taken aback. An orb had appeared in Yin Zhaoge's hand. He said neither hurriedly nor slowly, "Huang Jie is a character." Still, it can be seen that he is also a secretive person, keeping his lips tight as he does not easily reveal his thoughts. Therefore, whatever methods he has, he would most likely not tell his fellow disciples. Perhaps he would tell his father Huang Su, his grandfather Huang Guanglie, and the others, but it would be impossible for him to tell Meng Wan or Tang Yonghao. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Therefore, your Radiant Light sect might not know that he had such a thing in his possession. After I killed him, it fell into my hands. If you had known about it, perhaps you wouldn't have done such a thing. Yin Zhaoge raised that orb, which hovered in midair as he tapped lightly on it. This thing is called the Heaven's Spying Orb. The images recorded within cannot be faked, cannot be altered. Light shot out from within the orb, an illusory scene of light appearing. The contents recorded were shockingly the process of Yin Zhaoge's 9 swords piercing through the earth veins, causing underground fire to erupt as he broke the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation in the northern region of sea of the whole tower region. Those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Copperman Island, and the Dim Darkness sect were all dazed on seeing this before their gazes simultaneously converged on Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge met his gaze mildly. For someone like me who likes to show off, would it be possible for me to do a good deed without leaving my name? To be continued. Chapter 668. Yin Zhaoge's motto was that when doing great things, there had to be an audience. If there wasn't an audience, he would create one himself. Just as the Copperman Island elder had said, the situation was urgent and chaotic, so how could they have the time to find another witness? Yu Baoqi was responsible for baiting Kong Jinyuan. For safety reasons, she could leave after that. There was no need for her to stay where she was. Meanwhile, with the Heaven's Spying Orb in hand, Yin Zhaoge would naturally secretly record down the process of him breaking the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. When he had flashed the Heaven's Spying Orb, those of the Radiant Light sect had vaguely sensed that something was wrong, wanting to make a move to stop him. The Dim Darkness sect martial practitioners obstructed him, blocking his path. The cultivators of Copper Men Island frowned, intending to approach as well. However, they saw North Sea Sword Pavilion's Elder Chi and the others coming over to block them. The two sides were in a deadlock for a moment. Meanwhile, the heaven-spying orb had already shot out rays of light, displaying an image. Looking at the image of light, even as everyone was shocked by Yin Zhaoga's Duan Jingtian surpassing all expectations, they all unconsciously looked towards Nong Yushuan. None of the people present were people with shallow knowledge and experience. Although the heaven-spying pearl was extremely rare, they all recognized it. Everyone knew the effects and characteristics of this thing. This treasure was much more advantageous than a witness. After all, witnesses could also collude. That dim darkness sect elder laughed loudly. What a bright star radiance, King Nong Yushuan. What a rare, peerless genius who has hopes of walking the path of the emperor of the past. As far as I can remember, the sovereign was not as shameless as you. The people of the North Sea Sword Pavilion were currently looking at the people of the Radiant Light sect. While they did not speak, their expressions were rather unfriendly. While everyone was in the grinding Hut region's sword domain, joining hands to resist the Grand Xian dynasty, the one who would benefit the most from the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation being broken would definitely still be the North Sea Sword Pavilion who was the host. Therefore, when Nong Yushuan announced that he had broken the Heaven Fire Tribulation Thunder Formation, the entire North Sea Sword Pavilion was extremely grateful. Now that the truth was out, Elder Chi and the others couldn't help but feel like they had been fooled. Nong Yushuan was expressionless as he gazed deeply at Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga laughed lightly. It is actually not accurate enough to say that the images recorded by the heaven-spying orb are completely impossible to falsify and alter. Strictly speaking, those above the martial sacred realm are able to do it. Yin Zhaoga smiled as he spread his hands apart. Hearing his words, everyone glanced at Yin Zhaoga rather exasperatedly. This is equivalent to saying that either the evidence that I have given is real, or there is a supreme bigwig standing behind me who can cause the heavens and earth of the Royal Reed Sea to change with just a breath. Which possibility do you choose to believe? The expressions of those of the Radiant Light sect were ugly. They wanted to say something, yet were momentarily at a loss for words. Only now did they understand what Yin Zhaoga had said to start. Doing things in secret is a double-edged sword. Even as you deceive your enemies, you might also deceive your own people. These words actually did not refer to their Radiant Light sect. Instead, they refer to Huang Jie of the past. They had indeed not known that a heaven-spying orb had appeared in the Eight Extremities world, also not knowing that this heaven-spying orb had fallen into Huang Jie's hands. Deng's son and the others of the Radiant Light sect who had gone to the Eight Extremities world had been completely annihilated, not a single one able to return. The Purple Sun Marshal Saint Zhang Chao, Meng Wan, and Tang Yonghao, who had ascended from the Eight Extremities world, did not know that Huang Jie possessed the heaven-spying orb. Realizing this, all the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners present could not help but feel rather pained. This youth who had once been highly regarded by longtime elders of the Radiant Light sect had instead been used as a blade by his enemies after his death, stabbing viciously at the Radiant Light sect. That elder of Copper Man Island felt rather awkward as he fell into silence, his gaze shifting between Yin Zhaoga and Nong Yushuan. With the facts before him, he no longer had the confidence to support the Radiant Light sect. Of course, from his heart, he too felt some admiration toward the heaven's favored son like Yin Zhaoga, who possessed outstanding talent and outstanding capabilities. However, the current Yin Zhaoga was still far from being able to compare to the Radiant Light sect. One was a youth with limitless prospects who still had room for improvement. The other was the Radiant Light sect, which possessed a high-grade sacred artifact and numerous seeing divinity martial saints. Between the Radiant Light sect and Yin Zhaoga, Copperman Island would unquestionably still choose the former. With the difference in strength and cultivation base being too great, violence could crush justice, reason becoming reason even if it was unreasonable. It was just a matter of silencing witnesses and destroying evidence. However, The Dim Darkness sect and the North Sea Sword Pavilion might not think this way. This was especially so for the Dim Darkness sect, as it was impossible for them to let it go so easily. With these two forces holding the fort, even if he wanted to continue helping the Radiant Light sect, it would not be effective. Elder Chi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion now said slowly, "Young Master Yin has dispelled the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation, sparing our grinding hut region's sword domain from harm. This old man is extremely grateful." His words were tantamount to determining the outcome. The one who had broken the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation was Yin Zhaoge, not Nong Yuxuan. Everyone sighed. The North Sea Sword Pavilion style is still so unyielding. Nong Yuxuan was the most outstanding figure of the Radiant Light sect's senior generation, a heaven's favored son whose name had shaken the royal reed sea in his youth. Now, he had slowly matured into a pillar of the Radiant Light sect. He was one of the leading figures of the Radiant Light sect, having even been mentioned by the Grand Qian dynasty. He definitely had the full support of the Radiant Light sect behind him. On the contrary, due to the intentional actions of the Radiant Light sect, while Yin Zhaoge's background was still blurry, it was gradually being exposed. According to the Radiant Light sect, Yin Zhaoge came from the lower worlds, not having any impressive backers. Of course, they did not really believe the Radiant Light sect's words, just that they all had some doubts more or less. Under such circumstances, the North Sea Sword Pavilion's decision was virtually equivalent to not hesitating to offend the Radiant Light sect in supporting Yin Zhaoge, who had no backers behind him in upholding justice, exposing the matter of Nong Yuxuan's fraudulent contribution. Unlike the Dim Darkness sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion had not previously had any major conflicts with the Radiant Light sect. There were virtually no benefits to be gained from this. At the very least, no benefits could be seen at the moment. The two sides had not been on friendly terms before this either. This was entirely due to the favor owed to Yin Zhaoge for breaking the heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation. Looking at those of the Radiant Light sect, Elder Chi continued, "This old man will report this matter to our sect's pavilion lord and your sect's chief Luo. Everything will be left for them to handle." Hearing his words, the martial practitioners of Copper Men Island exchanged glances. Elder Chi clearly wanted to separate the Radiant Light sect from Nong Yuxuan, not targeting the Radiant Light sect, instead targeting Nong Yuxuan as an individual, more or less giving the Radiant Light sect a way out of the situation. It was just that Nong Yuxuan himself would still have his reputation completely ruined. While however the two were separated, Nong Yuxuan was still the face of the Radiant Light sect, as opposed to the North Sea Sword Pavilion's usual straightforward style. Elder Chi's actions were rather sly and slick. Those of Copper Man Island exchanged looks, no longer saying anything. Hearing his words, those of the Dim Darkness sect nodded slowly as well. Fighting against the Xian was their main goal. They would be very happy to humiliate the Radiant Light sect. However, completely falling out with the Radiant Light sect before the Grand Qian dynasty had been destroyed was not what they wished for. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change, as he was neither angry nor joyful, as he just nodded slightly towards Elder Chi. The heavenly fire tribulation thunder formation is tyrannical, possibly causing the life forms of the North Sea to be plunged into misery and suffering. The Grand Qian dynasty is brutal and heartless. This Yin acted out of righteous indignation. Elder Chi is polite. He did not say much, instead looking at Nong Yuxuan and the others with a smile that was whilst also not a smile. Indeed, Nong Yuxuan continued to stare at him, not saying a single word. He did not even look at Elder Chi and the others, as if he had heard nothing at all. To be continued. Chapter 669. Staring at Yin Zhaoge, Nong Yuxuan said after a while, "To think that you have a heaven-spying orb. It was my miscalculation. Still, it is fine. As long as I could draw you out, my goal has already been achieved." Nong Yuxuan strode over towards Yin Zhaoge. As compared to this, everything else is nothing. Those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect all roared, "What are you doing?" The other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners followed behind Nong Yuxuan, who said, Elder Chi, we can discuss how to deal with this matter and whether to report it to your sect's pavilion Lord Gu later. Now please step back. My Radiant Light sect has things to do. As compared to the so-called merit and favor, capturing and killing this person is what I value the most. His gaze was fixated on Yin Zhaoge. Elder Chi and the others were greatly enraged. You still want to commit murder in front of us? Amidst their conversation, a powerful aura suddenly appeared over the distant horizon, instantly approaching. Feeling that powerful aura, Elder Chi and the others all felt suffocated. Seeing Divinity Martial Saint. You invited a Seeing Divinity Martial Saint to act against a Martial Grandmaster Jr. Everyone instinctively felt that the enmity between Yin Zhaoge and the Radiant Light sect was not as simple as just ordinary enmity. Both sides had a deeper connection. Therefore, the Radiant Light sect wanted to take down Yin Zhaoge, even at the risk of losing all decorum, relying on their strength to suppress those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect here. The clash with the Grand Qian dynasty was currently at a critical juncture, especially with the Radiant Light sect currently facing a threat. Every peak expert was very important as they had to concentrate all their strength as much as possible. Even so, the Radiant Light sect had still exceeded everyone's expectations, dispatching a Seeing Divinity Martial Saint expert, clearly determined to win. Nong Yuxuan walked towards Yin Zhaoge step by step. From the moment you were unable to hold yourself back and came to the Heavenly Inheritance region, your fate was already sealed. Death. That Dim Darkness sect elder snorted coldly. Good. With a great enemy before us, in order to stand against the Grand Qian dynasty, whose experts above the third level of the Martial Saint realm do not wish to use them one at a time. Yet, your people are still in the mood to come here and show off. An elder of the Radiant Light sect chortled, "Stray dogs, shut your mouths obediently. Otherwise, we will take care of all of you Dim Darkness sect who have deceived your masters and killed your ancestors here." Without an immortal bridge Martial Saint or a high-grade sacred artifact, you are merely relying on the secrecy of your main altar to survive till now. Otherwise, our sect would have long since trampled over your Dim Darkness sect. Now that your headquarters has been destroyed, what else is worth mentioning? Those sects rebelled against the Qian by relying on our sect, the North Sea Sword Pavilion. Copperman Island also has their final backing, while your Dim Darkness sect is merely here to make up the numbers. Hearing his words, that Dim Darkness sect elder was greatly enraged. Big words. But at this moment, a powerful aura had already enveloped the entire world. The bright and dazzling sun shone down from above, radiating boundless light and scorching heat. It made people feel as if they were in a furnace, and everything in front of them was a vast expanse of whiteness. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. This early Seeing Divinity Martial Saint was clearly an old acquaintance. While strictly speaking, they had only truly met once before, Yin Zhaoge had long since been very familiar with the enemy before him. This Seeing Divinity Martial Saint who was suppressing the Heavenly Inheritance region was clearly the previous chief of the Sacred Sun clan, the Purple Sun Martial Saint Zhang Chao, who had ascended to the world beyond worlds after having surpassed the third level of the Martial Saint realm in the Eight Extremities world. Elder Chi's expression was solemn. Starlight Gnome, you have overstepped your boundaries. The Heavenly Inheritance region is the land of our sect at the end of the day. Having said that, he spoke no further. Elder Chi directly patted the scabbard on his back, a broadsword shooting out from within and landing in his hands. With just a thought, numerous sword lights arose from all directions above the vast sea of the Heavenly Inheritance region. The sword lights intersected, rapidly forming a massive formation. Piercing cold sword chi suffused the surroundings, shooting into the skies together, stirring the deep sea below and shooting straight into the clouds below. It was as if the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region had been temporarily transported here. While it was much smaller in scale as compared to the true sword domain of the Grinding Hut region, under Elder Chi's control, it still displayed shocking power. The vast, mighty ocean that swept through the heavens, and the earth merged with the terrifying, all-conquering sword Qi, forming a world of swords together. The great golden sun descended from the sky, numerous streaks of golden light clashing unceasingly with the numerous streaks of sword Qi of the sword domain. The sword domain was shaken, the winds and rain falling. The great golden sun was also breaking apart bit by bit. However, Zhang Chao had no intention of stopping at all, as each of his punches was faster and heavier than the previous. Many times, facing Elder Qi's fierce, mighty sword light bolstered by the sword domain, Zhang Chao did not even evade as he instead fought with offense, trading injury for injury as he went all out. Within the sword domain, Nong Yuxuan and the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners directly shot towards Yin Zhaoge. Their attacks were disrupting the circulation of the sword domain, causing its formation to fall into chaos. Working together from within and without, the sword domain of the Heavenly Inheritance region was shaken. With the power of the sword domain weakening, it would no longer be so easy for Elder Qi to deal with Zhang Chao. While the sword Dao of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was majestic and intricate to the extreme, as one of the few experts of the Eight Extremities world in post-Great Calamity times, Zhang Chao possessed outstanding strength as well. At the same cultivation level, whether or not Elder Qi might be able to defeat Zhang Chao was still a question. Now that his cultivation base was pressuring others, it was even less of a matter of casual words. Elder Qi's expression was solemn as he guided his sword light, sweeping towards Yin Zhaoge. Seeing that he bore no ill will, Yin Zhaoge did not react at all as he allowed the sword light to sweep him along. Then, Yin Zhaoge's figure vanished within the grand formation. Guided by the light and guided by the sword Qi, Yin Zhaoge was actually about to be directly sent out of the sword domain of the Heavenly Inheritance region, transforming into a sword light and flying far away. Outside the sword domain, Zhang Chao wanted to pursue him. However, the grand formation, which had previously been victorious, instantly counterattacked. Elder Qi merged with his sword, shooting into the skies, his sword pointed straight at Zhang Chao as he blocked his path. However, within the grand formation, Nong Yuxuan and the others were not entangled with the martial practitioners of the Dim Darkness sect and the Dark North Sword Pavilion. With Nong Yuxuan leading the way, they actually charged outwards. While Nong Yuxuan was proficient in formations, he shockingly seemed even more at ease than Yu Baoqi and the other North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioners at this moment. Of his gazing over, Elder Qi saw that Nong Yuxuan was holding a geomantic compass, its needle trembling unceasingly as it pointed out a direction for him. Zhang Chao was instead no longer in a hurry as he switched to suppressing Elder Qi and the others, allowing Nong Yuxuan and the others to pursue him without worry. Yin Zhaoge was sent far away by Elder Qi's sword light, but he did not relax. It won't be that simple. Indeed, just as this thought arose, a powerful light lit up in the distance, illuminating the heavens and the earth. Outside the Heavenly Inheritance region, the Radiant Light sect shockingly still had an early seeing divinity martial saint specifically waiting to obstruct them. This time, it was a long-time elder of the Radiant Light sect's direct lineage, the Sun Moon Hall's elder Cheng Song. Behind him, Nong Yuxuan's group was also chasing after them aggressively. If you had tolerated the news of me breaking the formation, it would have been fine. But if you could not, daring to appear, the day of your death has already come. Nong Yuxuan gazed at Yin Zhaoge. From the moment you stepped into the Heavenly Inheritance region, you've already been left with no path to the heavens and no path to the earth. Chapter 670. Elder Qi and the others of the Heavenly Inheritance region would never have thought that the Radiant Light sect would actually dispatch two experts of the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm, the Seeing Divinity stage, in order to deal with Yin Zhaoge. Besides Zhang Chao, who had remained in the Heavenly Inheritance region to suppress Elder Qi and the others, the Radiant Light sect had also sent an elder of the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm, Cheng Song, here specifically to kill Yin Zhaoge. Elder Chi and the others did not know that the Radiant Light sect had indeed gone all out this time in wanting to take down Yin Zhaoge. It was not just because of the accumulated enmity between the two sides now. It was also because Yin Zhaoge might possess the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme Yang Seal. They were determined to get it. Yin Zhaoge halted, seeing the powerful light growing brighter and brighter in the distance before a golden sun and a silver moon coiled interchangeably as they rose from the surface of the sea. As the sun and moon rotated, they slowly rose, displaying the variations of yin and yang as the powerful fluctuations of power caused one's heart to palpitate. This was unlike Deng's son, who had been suppressed to the third level of the martial saint realm by the power of dimensions of the eight extremities world, even though he had been an early seeing divinity martial saint. Currently in the world beyond worlds, Chung Song's mighty power of breaking through space and seeing true divinity could be fully unleashed. The sun and moon above Chung Song's head appeared before Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge could feel the acupoints of his body pulsing. He was not like martial practitioners below the fourth level of the martial saint realm, whose pulsing acupoints were only a matter of their own. The pulsing acupoints of Chung Song's body actually seemed to resonate with the flickering stars in the sky above. Meanwhile, the power contained within the pulsing of his acupoints was also far from what merging avatar martial saints could compare to. Chung Song glanced indifferently at Yin Zhaoge, not speaking as he directly reached out and grabbed over. The sun and moon above his head vanished while the shocking scene of the sun rising and the moon setting could be seen beneath his palm. As he struck out with his palm, Yin Zhaoge felt as though the heavens and the earth were obscured before his eyes. That palm seemed to encompass the entire sky as the sun and moon also rose and fell beneath the envelopment of its momentum. While the sun and moon were clearly shining as usual, the surrounding light abruptly dimmed. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm and heavy. The Northern Ocean clone appeared before him, garbed in the imperious cold martial armor and wielding the fish dragon spear, directly striking out mightily towards Chung Song's sun-moon divine palm. As the light and shadow flickered, a gargantuan Kuan Peng moved forward in the vast ice sea. The giant Leviathan turned a blind eye to all the turbulent waves. It didn't even look at them before it crushed them to pieces. Boundless energy shook the void. The giant Kuan leapt out of the water surface. It suddenly transformed into a great Peng and soared into the sky, spreading its wings into the nine heavens. That fast and ferocious power swept up the icy ocean beneath him, flipping the heavens and earth. On the surface of the sea, one terrifying ice dragon after another soared into the sky together with the Kuan Peng, rising above the sun and moon. The two sides exchanged a blow in midair. The Kuan Peng and the ice dragon shattered together, but the sun and moon also dimmed. Chung Song was rather taken aback. The third level of the martial saint realm, late merging avatar stage? Moreover, his strength is quite outstanding, with the Northern Ocean clone wielding the power of two sacred artifacts. Chung Song of the fourth level of the martial saint realm was temporarily unable to gain much of an advantage over him. There's actually such a hidden expert. Wait, that's not right. Chung Song's expression became solemn. This is actually a doppelganger that you've refined? A martial grandmaster like you refined the body of a late merging avatar martial saint as a clone? Seeing through this, Chung Song inhaled deeply as he increasingly felt that Yin Zhaoge was extraordinary. His other free hand also reached out to grab at this moment. As he struck out with both palms, a great golden sun appeared on one palm and a cold silver moon appeared on the other. Suddenly, the golden sunlight and the silver moonlight dimmed simultaneously, losing their luster. The entire heavens and earth seemed to have descended into darkness at this moment. The Radiant Light sect's direct lineage martial art, sun devouring moon, eroding hand. The Northern Ocean clone remained fearless as he wielded the spear with both hands, his power concentrated on the tip of the fish dragon spear. The tip of the fish dragon spear, which had already been exceptionally heavy in the first place, seemed even more dignified to the extreme at this moment. Space directly broke apart, a black hole appearing which frenziedly devoured all existences in the surroundings. The light between the heavens and the earth completely vanished at this moment, as it was completely enveloped by darkness. The next moment, a feeling of distortion emanated from within that darkness. Then, space shattered and light reappeared, unprecedentedly dazzling as it expanded madly into the surroundings, illuminating the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers. The figures of a Northern Ocean clone and Chung Song reappeared. The shaft of the fish dragon spear was trembling unceasingly, emitting a low, buzzing sound. Just this sound alone caused the air in the distant horizon to explode unceasingly, the sounds of explosions ceaselessly resounding. The Northern Ocean clone's hands were trembling uncontrollably as streams of cold chi surged from the imperious cold martial armor, extending along the Northern Ocean clone's arms to the fish dragon spear, finally causing it to stop trembling. Chung Song looked at his palm, where a bright red color could vaguely be seen. The spear was a pure weapon of slaughter, its power completely concentrated on a single point as it pierced through its target. The Northern Ocean clone's imperious cold martial armor boosted his strength a step further as he wielded the fish dragon spear with outstanding offensive power. Chung Song forcibly withstood it with his fleshly body. While the Northern Ocean clone spear was nearly jolted out of his hands, he himself was nearly injured as well. While it was only a superficial wound at most, it still left Chung Song feeling rather embarrassed. He frowned, snorting coldly as a bright silver armor suddenly appeared on his body, vast spiritual light flickering as a powerful aura surged. While it was not a mid-grade sacred artifact, with a low-grade sacred artifact in hand, Chung Song's aura immediately skyrocketed as well. He immediately attacked the Northern Ocean clone once more, not giving him any time to catch his breath. Now that he had a sacred artifact protecting him, he had sufficient confidence in clashing head-on with Yin Zhaoga's spear, destroying it along with his sacred artifact. However, the Northern Ocean clone did not clash head-on this time as he spun, a dark green bamboo cane suddenly appearing within his hands. Seeing this bamboo cane, Chung Song's eyelids instantly twitched as he recalled how Nong Yuxuan had once mentioned it being strange. He changed his stance in time, not letting the bamboo cane touch him. The Northern Ocean clone looked expressionlessly at Chung Song. Seeing that dark green bamboo cane, Nong Yuxuan's expression instantly turned rather bad as well. Looking at Yin Zhaoga, he said coldly, "Do you think that you were just unlucky being trapped here after escaping from the Heavenly Inheritance region? That was merely us intentionally letting you escape lest the people of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect know what we obtained after killing you. There is no one else here, being a suitable place for you to die. You have many secrets on you, many treasures. Leave them all behind today." As he said this, roiling black smoke suddenly emanated from Nong Yuxuan's body. Black fire and devilish chi surged amidst the black smoke, devouring the heavens and corroding the sun as all light was expelled. That brutal aura was incomparably powerful, also seeming infinite and boundless. At this moment, Yin Zhaoga even felt that Nong Yuxuan of the third level of the Martial Saint realm was not inferior to Chung Song of the fourth level of the Martial Saint realm in the slightest, even surpassing him. It was as though there was a mid-grade sacred artifact that he was able to fully wield had merged with his body, temporarily transforming into the power of his cultivation base. I've already successfully refined most of the dim, glorious saber chi, no longer having to worry about cultivation deviation as my strength has risen to a whole new level. Nong Yuxuan walked towards Yin Zhaoga step by step. "If you want to play the same old trick as last time, just try it." Seeing this, Yin Zhaoga laughed leisurely. "Having no other spectators is also exactly what I wanted." As the myriad dragon palace suddenly appeared in the air above, Yin Zhaoga's smile turned icy cold. "Yin Sheng, do it." Chapter 671. Yin Zhaoge still felt rather regretful that there were no spectators by the side to sufficiently satisfy his vanity. However, in this battle, he was going to use a lot of secrets. In the long run, it was indeed more desirable to have only the two warring parties and no third parties. The myriad dragon palace appeared in the air above Yin Zhaoge's head, its great gate mightily opening as a figure appeared from within. Similar to Yin Zhaoge, she wore a white robe and a blue robe, the edges of the robe lined with black. Her long hair was tied into a simple ponytail behind her back. Feng Yinsheng had already unsheathed her black saber. Seeing that black blade that did not give off the slightest bit of light, Nong Yuxuan's eyes shone brightly. The Rahu saber really did leave behind a cadaver. It was precisely because of this blade that he had suffered a loss during the dim sun, cold moon ritual. At this moment, Nong Yuxuan's gaze was filled with both fury and passion. Good. Very good. With this saber, you will be able to completely recreate the might of the Rahu saber of the past. The lunar star of extreme yin, the solar star of extreme yang, and the Rahu star of darkness, these three great treasures will belong to our sect. The terrifying black flames and devilish qi around Nong Yuxuan's body surged to the heavens. However, on his body, golden sunlight shone, intersecting with the vicious, dim, glorious saber energy. The radiance of the sun and the power of eclipse collided and annihilated each other. However, in the process of this collision, an even more terrifying power was formed. At this moment, Nong Yuxuan was even more powerful than Cheng Song and Zhang Chao, who were early seeing divinity martial saints. Nong Yuxuan's gaze was icy cold. Now, even if you have the cadaver of the Raha blade, you are unable to affect me in the slightest. Amidst his words, Nong Yuxuan's figure flickered as he directly lunged towards Yin Zhaoge. The other experts of the Radiant Light sect who had traveled with him now crowded over as well. Yin Zhaoge let out a light breath, sending over Yinsheng 12 breaths of time. Remember that. Feng Yinsheng nodded, and then her eyes suddenly changed. A faint blue radiance emerged from within, and Feng Yinsheng's eyes instantly turned blue. A masculine yet ice-cold aura emanated from within. It was as if two dim and cold suns had risen in her eyes, illuminating the world. On the body of the pitch-black cold sun divine saber, numerous profound and graceful dark blue patterns of light lit up, covering every inch of the blade and hilt. A cold and forceful, vast and tyrannical power suddenly appeared, shocking everyone. Nong Yuxuan looked at the cold sun divine saber in Feng Yinsheng's hands with some astonishment. As Feng Yinsheng stepped into the great Grandmaster realm, the saber automatically grew into a low-grade spirit artifact. It was one thing to look at it normally, but the power and aura that it exuded now was far from what a spirit artifact could compare to. More than 80% of the power of the cold sun had been absorbed by Feng Yinsheng and the long saber. It had yet to be completely refined. Most of the time, it was in a dormant state, slowly absorbing and refining it. However, due to the special characteristics of Feng Yinsheng and the cold sun divine saber, this strange and evil power of cold sun, when fused with a small amount of dim glorious saber qi produced by the saber, produced an abnormal change that exceeded everyone's expectations. Feng Yinsheng was expressionless. Her eyes that were like two cold suns were ice cold, as if she had lost all human emotions. She raised her sword and stepped forward, the first breath of time. As soon as Feng Yinsheng swung her saber, a dark blue radiance suffused the heavens and the earth, and it was like an icy blue sun hung high in the sky and illuminated the world. The surrounding radiant light sect martial practitioners all simultaneously felt a cold, desolate feeling arise within their hearts. The ferocious and violent saber aura tore through the heavens and the earth, causing everyone to not dare to face its sharpness directly. Shocked looks appeared on the faces of the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Knowing that Yin Zhaoge was powerful, The Radiant Light sect martial practitioners participating in this siege were all martial saints at the very least, also possessing sacred artifacts. The true backbone were all experts of the second level of the martial saint realm. There was even a third-level martial saint like Nong Yu Xuan, a late-merging avatar martial saint expert. However, this glorious saber that seemed able to cleave the heavens and split the earth left everyone having no choice but to temporarily avoid its sharpness. Nong Yu Xuan snorted coldly, striding forward, the radiance of the great golden sun in his left hand and the black, dim, glorious saber chi in his right striking out simultaneously. An explosive force immediately halted Feng Yunxing's saber aura, even launching a counterattack. The second breath of time. Feng Yunxing's gaze was dim and cold without ripples. She did not even look at anyone else as her target was still Nong Yu Xuan before her. Even though he had become even more powerful and terrifying after refining the dim, glorious saber chi. Even though the cold sun divine saber was currently unable to suppress Nong Yu Xuan. Even though she was currently not his match, the terrifying black flames of sunlight before her swept over towards her like a frenzied tide. Feng Yunxing's saber-wielding hand did not waver in the slightest, her footsteps not hesitating in the slightest as she still strode forward, brandishing her saber. Behind her, Yin Zhaoge simultaneously punched out as well. As this punch struck out, infinite light, infinite heat, infinite power instantly agglomerated towards Yin Zhaoge's fist. A great golden seal appeared amidst space, enveloping the sky as it illuminated the surrounding area. It resembled the descent of a true sun between the heavens and earth of the royal reed sea of the world beyond worlds. It was precisely the high-grade sacred artifact, the extreme Yang seal. A year had already passed as the extreme Yang seal reappeared within this world. With just a thought from Yin Zhaoge, the great golden seal resembled the descending sun as it descended towards Nong Yu Xuan. Seeing that the extreme Yang seal was indeed on Yin Zhaoge, Nong Yu Xuan was first delighted before feeling surprised. Yin Zhaoge had only allowed the Northern Ocean clone to battle Chengsong, as he had not used the extreme Yang seal all this time. Why was he so certain? The third breath. Nong Yu Xuan did not have time to think as the brilliant sun smashed down from above, causing even the dim, glorious saber chi around him to be extinguished somewhat. Nong Yu Xuan dared not be negligent as he released all the dim, glorious saber chi that he could currently freely wield, forming a heaven-obscuring saber that streaked through the sky. The terrifying saber that could extinguish the sun and extinguish the moon clashed with that brilliant sun. There was no sound, no ripples as the sunlight dimmed unceasingly. The dim radiance extinguished unceasingly. Soundlessly, the surrounding heavens and earth collapsed together. Feng Yunsheng did not cease in her footsteps, her saber chi devouring 10,000 li like a dragon as the dim blue saber light continued mightily chopping down towards Nong Yu Xuan. Nong Yu Xuan smiled coldly, blocking the extreme Yang seal with a dim, glorious saber chi before wielding the sun and moon in his palms as he faced Feng Yunsheng. As the sun and moon rotated, they collided with that brutal power of reverse sun, space itself distorting as a result. Without the dim, glorious saber chi, Nong Yu Xuan's strength returned to his original level of the third level of the martial saint realm. Even so, however, he was still an elite amongst martial saints of the same cultivation level. Feng Yunxing's gaze was focused as she instantly consecutively struck out thousands of sabers, dim blue sunlight enveloping the heavens and covering the earth. The fourth breath, the fifth breath, the sixth breath, time passed rapidly as Feng Yunxing's saber resembled a dragon, domineering and domineering as she attacked swiftly, not hesitating or retreating in the slightest. Meanwhile, after wielding the extreme Yang seal to restrict Nong Yu Xuan's dim, glorious saber chi, Yin Zhaoge no longer paid any attention to him. He walked towards the other radiant light sect martial practitioners. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge did not carry any other treasures with him, only possessing the glorious rainbow sword. Walking alone between the heavens and the earth with his sword, radiance circulated above Yin Zhaoge's head as his true martial avatar was formed. At this moment, his true martial avatar was a sword that hovered amidst the horizon. The sword chi surged, brutal and solitary. No spiritual light appeared, no Tao patterns visible. There was only destruction, extermination, slaughter, termination, everlasting existence. To be continued. Chapter 672. Where Yin Zhaoge wielded the glorious rainbow sword, destruction followed. Every person who faced his sword seemed to see boundless visions before their eyes. Mountains and rivers flowed backwards, the heavens and the earth split apart, all living beings withered, and all things were obliterated. The world seemed to be approaching the end of the world. Everything had come to an end, and only death and silence were left. Yin Zhaoge raised the sword in his hand, smiling. When I cultivate in the Tao of the sword, no matter how diligently I usually train in it, it is only laying down a foundation. Only by killing and seeing blood can I truly succeed in it, just like completing the final unsheathing of the sword. Moreover, I need a good whetstone. Amidst his words, Yin Zhaoge stabbed out with his sword. A speck of white light flowed on the tip of the sword, looking extremely ferocious. Even Yin Zhaoge's low-grade sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, that he wielded in the Tao of the sword, was buzzing as though it was unable to bear its owner's sword Tao. The faces of all the radiant light sect martial practitioners changed. Yin Zhaoge actually wanted to slaughter them in order to completely refine his extermination sword. Aside from Nong Yuxuan, that radiant light sect elder of the third level of the martial saint realm was greatly enraged as he was the first to greet them. A majestic, tyrannical force descended upon Yin Zhaoge's head. Yin Zhaoge's sword pointed diagonally, a black suddenly appearing amidst the immeasurable radiance. This black, even showing signs of expanding unceasingly. When the other party saw this, his heart trembled. He felt that the boundless light formed by his quintessence was being annihilated. He hurriedly increased the power behind his attack, but who knew that Yin Zhaoge would actually just be a feint? After that sword, he spun, not waiting for the other radiant light sect martial practitioners to surround him, having already changed his position. Yin Zhaoge appeared behind that third-level martial saint of the radiant light sect, directly striking out with a tyrannical cyclic heavenly seal. The other party turned and forcibly received Yin Zhaoge's blow with a palm. While he was not injured, his footing was unstable as he was sent retreating backwards. An immense suction force suddenly emanated from behind him. It was the great door of the Myriad Dragon Palace opening wide, resembling a monster with its massive mouth wide open. The opponent struck out with a palm backwards, wanting to repel the Myriad Dragon Palace. However, Yin Zhaoge stabbed over with his sword once more, forcing him to only be able to block Yin Zhaoge's attack. Now, however, Yin Zhaoge took out the earth-devouring burner, accurately blocking the other party's attack. Immediately after, another palm strike sent his opponent retreating further, sending him tumbling into the Myriad Dragon Palace in the end. The Myriad Dragon Palace would be hard-pressed to suppress an expert of the third level of the martial saint realm, as it would only be able to barely hold him for a few breaths of time. However, this was already sufficient for Yin Zhaoge, as he immediately slaughtered his way into the camp of the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners like a tiger entering a flock of sheep. 6 breaths of time passed. Nong Yuxuan gave a low roar. The extreme Yang seal that could only unleash a single attack gradually ran out of power as it flew backwards towards Yin Zhaoge's side. The terrifying, dim, glorious saber chi was immediately released, and Nong Yuxuan immediately withdrew it back into his body. In Feng Yunxing's pupils that were like cold suns, at the moment the 7th breath of time arrived, there was finally some fluctuation, an unprecedented, blazing heat. She drew the blade and actually injured herself, leaving a scar on her arm. Fresh blood flowed across the blade of the cold sun divine saber. Streams of black chi seeped out from within, interweaving with the dim blue radiance. Feng Yunxing's entire person soared into the sky and actually plunged into the surging black flames and devilish chi. The deep blue cold sun seemed to have been extinguished at this moment, but the vast and mighty, serene, glorious devil fire began to fluctuate unceasingly. Nong Yuxuan's expression changed, detecting that Feng Yunxing actually wanted to seize his dim, glorious saber chi. He had thought of this possibility before. Originally, he had not thought much of it. Now, however, he could clearly feel his dim, glorious saber chi actually shuddering once more. It was not just the dim, glorious saber chi that was temporarily contained within his body that had yet to be refined that was reacting strangely. Even the power of the Rahu star of obscurity that had already been refined by him was stirring restlessly as well, as though it might rebel at any moment. It is not just that saber. There is something wrong with her as well. Nong Yuxuan instantly understood. Having tripped over the same rock twice, Nong Yuxuan could not be bothered with his frustration as he instead stabilized his dim, glorious saber chi with all his might. The Feng Yunxing before him had clearly temporarily obtained such great power through some secret technique. He did not believe that Feng Yunxing would be able to persist for long. As time passed, she would definitely collapse first. Without the support of the power of Cold Sun, Feng Yunxing, who had merely just stepped into the martial grandmaster realm, would not be able to continue contesting for the dim, glorious saber chi with him in the martial saint realm. The eighth breath. Seeing the ferocious might of Yin Zhaoge's sword surging to the heavens, and Nong Yuxuan actually being obstructed by a girl whom he had never seen before, Chung Song's gaze could not help but grow more solemn. He wanted to overtake the Northern Ocean clone. It was helpless against the Northern Ocean clone's speed. In terms of speed alone, the Northern Ocean clone of the late merging avatar stage was not inferior to Chung Song of the early seeing divinity stage in the slightest, even being slightly faster than him. Chung Song was wary of the dark green bamboo cane. Still, as he moved about, it was unable to land on him, unable to make things difficult for his sacred artifact. It was just that with this, Chung Song was also somewhat distracted as he was unable to exert his full power. As a result, he was obstructed by the Northern Ocean clone along with the Fish Dragon Spear and the Imperious Cold Martial Armor, unable to target Yin Zhaoge himself. Beneath Yin Zhaoge's sword, ferocity surged to the heavens. The sword light of the glorious Rainbow Sword, which had already been an elite low-grade sacred artifact in the first place, was now completely retracted. There was only a speck of extremely ferocious white light flickering at the tip of the sword. As the sword streaked past, the low-grade sacred artifact of a radiant light sect martial saint, a saber, was shockingly pierced through by Yin Zhaoge's sword. A tiny hole appeared on the blade of the saber. While it seemed to be merely the size of a tiny speck of light, its radiance instantly dimmed, its spiritual chi rapidly dispersing. It was like a life form with an independent while having its vitals injured, its life swiftly leaving it. The ninth breath. Feng Yunxing stood amidst the surging black flames and demonic chi. Essence blood continuously flowed out of the wound on her arm. Upon contact with the surrounding dim, glorious devilish chi, these blood essences were immediately devoured and burned to nothingness. The originally vicious, dim, glorious saber chi suddenly became much calmer at this moment. Then, it was unceasingly absorbed by the Cold Sun Divine Saber in Feng Yunxing's hands. The auras of the Cold Sun Divine Saber and Feng Yunxing herself grew stronger and stronger. Yet Feng Yunxing's expression grew more and more ashen. Following the loss of blood essence, she became weaker and weaker, completely relying on the miraculous effects of the cold sun to support her. It was just that the more dim, glorious saber chi that the Cold Sun Divine Saber absorbed, the stronger the saber intent of the Cold Sun Divine Saber, and conversely, the faster it absorbed the dim, glorious saber chi. In the end, the Cold Sun Divine Saber seemed to be actively and madly devouring the dim, glorious saber chi. Outside of the roiling black smoke, having slain his opponent's sacred artifact with a single sword, Yin Zhaoga's sword intent grew even more brutal and terrifying. The martial Tao spiritual image above his head became more and more blurry, close to nothing. The more violent and destructive the sword intent was, the more blurred the sword itself was. It was as if everything was destroyed, heading towards the end of the road, returning to nothingness together. Nong Yuxuan gritted his teeth and persevered, stabilizing his dim, glorious saber chi. He wanted to just ignore Feng Yunsheng and the dim, glorious saber chi, first attacking Yin Zhaoga. However, his body was frozen where it was, not listening to his commands. Chung Song began madly assaulting the Northern Ocean clone's defenses. That radiant light sect elder of the third level of the martial saint realm within the Myriad Dragon Palace looked like he was about to charge out of it. The other radiant light sect experts surged forward, wanting to gain victory through numbers as they slew Yin Zhaoga. Everyone was frantically fighting for the most precious time. The 9th breath had passed, and the 10th breath had arrived. Yin Zhaoga turned, no longer tangling with the other Radiant Light Sect experts, as his target was still that Radiant Light Sect elder whose sacred artifact he had destroyed. Wherever the sword light passed, blood splattered. But just as the blood flew up, it turned into ashes, as if it had never existed in this world. Even the splattering blood turned into nothingness under the envelopment of the sword intent. Yin Zhaoga roared towards the heavens, the true martial avatar in the form of a sword above his head becoming translucent as it seemed to have vanished. With Yin Zhaoga as its center, the all-encompassing light shot into the skies. To be continued. Chapter 673. Yin Zhaoga roared, abruptly keeping the glorious rainbow sword within his hand. However, the terrifying sword intent that could exterminate all living beings still existed, surging in all directions. Wherever the sword intent reached, everything in the surroundings seemed to turn gray and dispirited, as if they were walking towards the end of the world. At this moment, Yin Zhaoga finally achieved minor accomplishment in the Tao of the sword. That terrifying sword made one's heart palpitate. The scene in the heavens and the earth changed and was tainted by sword intent, to the point that it seemed as if layers upon layers of phenomena had appeared before everyone's eyes. Time seemed to flow backward at this moment. Everyone returned to the primordial era before heaven and earth were separated and the primordial world had yet to be settled. It was clearly the very beginning, but everything seemed to have been dyed with a layer of twilight. They walked towards decay and decay together, and welcomed the final outcome of destruction together. The beginning and the end seemed to be unified at this moment. Everything in the world reached the end, annihilated and disappeared, and finally returned to nothingness. Yin Zhaoga raised his head and looked at the true martial avatar above his head that had seemingly vanished, a hint of a smile appearing at the corners of his mouth. Celestial Slashing Sword Manual. I've finally comprehended some of its true meaning. The sword intent that Yin Zhaoga cultivated and was precisely the supreme martial art of Taoism, the direct lineage martial art of the prime, clear lineage, the immortal ending sword manual. Inherited from one of the 3 clear lineages, the prime clear founder, the Lord of Numinous Treasures supreme martial art manual. Together with the immortal exterminating sword manual, immortal slaughtering sword manual, and immortal trapping sword manual, they were known as the Numinous Treasure 4 Swords, also known as the immortal exterminating 4 Swords. It was a supreme art of the Taoist sect that was on par with the 10 scrolls of the primordial heavenly scripture. In the past, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library contained the complete celestial slashing sword manual. It represented the concept of all things going from existence to nothingness through destruction and returning to nothingness. It was the most ferocious and powerful sword of the end. From the legendary era until now, countless legends have been left behind. Among the 4 celestial exterminating swords, the celestial exterminating sword exterminated all living things, regardless of whether it was tangible or intangible, illusory or real, ever-changing. Everything would be destroyed with a single sword. After 10 breaths of time had passed, Yin Zhaoge suddenly kept his glorious rainbow sword. Even the sword will of the celestial slashing sword manual was retracted. The martial Tao spiritual image above his head suddenly changed and turned into a person. That person seemed to be sitting in the midst of chaos. He was like a dot, yet he seemed to be vast and boundless. When the primal chaos opened, everything came from nothing. The primordial world was divided, the heavens and earth were split apart, creation changed, and the vast oceans flowed. Next, Yin Zhaoge's true martial avatar changed, transforming into a tall giant with clear qi circulating about its entire body. The giant's body gradually became smaller, and the clear air returned to its body, becoming more and more condensed. Rays of light flickered above the head of the statue. There was a green dragon circling in the sky, a Vajra sitting cross-legged on the ground, wind and fire sweeping across the sky, and an elixir furnace spewing out purple flames. Apart from that, there was also an ice dragon emerging from the sea, a sun hanging high in the sky, a raging fire burning the world, a tranquil moonlight, a turtle and a snake meeting, and a Zhenwu showing its divinity. The various scenes manifested the true intent of the martial path. When they gathered together, they were not messy. This was because the various true intents within them were gradually dissolving, finally condensing into a powerful current. Above the torrent, there was a faint aura of heaven and earth merit. It was the sign of a saint educating the people. The power of this true martial avatar was slightly weaker than the true martial avatar formed by the peerless heavenly scripture, but it also gained a sense of tranquility and inaction, existing between existence and non-existence, faintly discernible, neither existence nor non-existence. Afterwards, Yin Zhaoge's true martial avatar changed once more, transforming into a sword. The sword was virtually transparent, as it seemed to have turned into nothingness. However, that terrifying concept that seemed able to extinguish all things was revealed without a doubt. Since this sword had appeared, all things that had been created earlier would be extinguished together, moving towards their final destination, being extinguished without a trace. The end of all creation, everything from existence to non-existence. 10 breaths of time passed, the 11th. Illuminated by all-encompassing radiance, the true martial avatar above Yin Zhaoge's head slowly descended, merging with his body. Those of the Radiant Light sect, Nong Yuxuan and Cheng Song included, all looked shockingly at Yin Zhaoge in midair. When martial practitioners condense their own true martial avatar, most of the time, they could only condense a single one. It was not a matter of ability. Instead, it was for the sake of merging with the martial saint realm. If there were too many true martial avatars, the difficulty of merging with them would be greatly increased. However, the Yin Zhaoge before them had his true martial avatar, changing unceasingly in an instant, causing one's eyes to be dazzled and their hearts to tremble in fear. As the current Yin Zhaoge retracted his true martial avatar into his body, it was not dissipating like most martial grandmasters. Instead, it was going to merge with his fleshly body. Today, Yin Zhaoge would transcend mortality and enter sainthood, stepping into the martial saint realm in a single step. According to the universally recognized common sense of the martial Tao, Yin Zhaoge's actions were common sense. He would fail as many times as he tried, even causing his true essence to clash chaotically, falling into cultivation deviation as he might perish at any moment. However, looking at Yin Zhaoge now, even a proud person like Nong Yuxuan and an early-seeing divinity martial saint like Cheng Song could not help but have the same thought arise within their minds. He would definitely succeed. If it was this person, he would definitely succeed. It was not that they were confident in Yin Zhaoge. Instead, it was that Yin Zhaoge's essence, qi and spirit had surged to the peak at this moment as he appeared to be in a relaxed, carefree state. His accumulation was just too abundant. Everything was just a matter of when the conditions were right. The heavenly chasm of transcending mortality and entering sainthood was like flat ground to him. Everything depended on whether he wanted it or not. There was no need to consider whether he could do it or not. Feeling that aura that could affect even their mental states, Chung Song did not say a word as he abruptly exerted force, shooting madly towards Yin Zhaoge. His sacred artifact no longer evaded the Northern Ocean clone's jade-green bamboo cane, its radiance directly dimming as a result. His body no longer evaded the Northern Ocean clone's attack as he forcibly took a blow from the fish-dragon spear, fresh blood instantly spurting everywhere. Ignoring everything else, Chung Song rushed towards Yin Zhaoge, wanted to intercept him before he could take that final step. Even if he couldn't kill Yin Zhaoge, he would still have to stop him from stepping into the martial saint realm. The other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners now reacted as well, charging forward in unison. But they will be one step behind. Only Chung Song could make it in time. However, the Northern Ocean clone tightened his grip on the shaft of the fish-dragon spear, directly abandoning this sacred artifact as he soared into the air, transforming into an arc of light as he instantly blocked before Chung Song once more. Scram! Chung Song roared furiously as he struck out with his palm. Unexpectedly, the Northern Ocean clone's hand trembled, the dark feather slaughtering golden spear appearing as he battled Chung Song once more. Chung Song's eyes widened in anger. In the direction of his gaze, Yin Zhaoge's entire body was enveloped by light. The 12th breath, the all-encompassing light, circulated, resembling the heavenly river flowing in reverse as it was absorbed back into Yin Zhaoge's body. Countless radiant runes flickered, appearing on the surface of Yin Zhaoge's body. His eyes shone brightly, illuminating the surrounding area. All the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners were stunned once more. Success? That's it. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood in a single breath? Even in the world beyond worlds, this was a peak that countless people were unable to reach, a heavenly chasm that was hard to surmount. Yet, this youth before them had just raised his foot and stepped over it? No, did he lift his leg? Perhaps it would be more appropriate to say that he had fallen into a deep sleep and then awoke and opened his eyes. Yin Zhaoge's long roar that resembled the roar of a dragon became even more profound at this moment, resembling the sonorous voice of the great Tao as it resounded between the heavens and the earth, reverberating unceasingly. With the peerless heavenly scripture of the jade, clear lineage as his foundation, he cultivated in the prime, clear, immortal ending sword manual. Finally, he gathered all the supreme arts of the world together to display the virtue of the grand clear's enlightenment of the human Tao. When the three pure ones become one, they will immediately become saints. To be continued. Chapter 674. The patriarch of the three clear lineages, the supreme figures of Taoism. Since ancient times, there had been countless people who had lofty ambitions or were overly ambitious. Countless people who had lofty ambitions but lacked talent or were truly peerless geniuses had attempted to cultivate the three pure ones simultaneously. But in the end, they would either fail, give up, or not be able to enter the door at all. Those who could persevere on this path were few and far between, because it was too difficult. Before cultivating in the immortal ending sword manual, Yin Zhaoge had once asked himself whether he really wanted to walk down this path. The number one direct lineage disciple of the jade, clear lineage, the peerless heavenly scripture as his foundation, had already ensured that his future path would be smooth. As long as he didn't die prematurely, he would definitely be able to reach the heights that many people dreamed of. Should he still take the risk and walk a much more difficult path, adding many difficulties and obstacles for no reason? It might even block his own path of advancement and trap himself in his own trap. After thinking about it, Yin Zhaoge's answer was, go. He was a very vain person, but this time it was not to satisfy his own vanity. Everyone would be a little perfectionist, have a hobby of collecting, and have a desire to have a perfect harvest. Yin Zhaoge had one as well, but it was not for that this time. The reason was that even though the path was much more difficult, it was possible to reach higher heights. After the great calamity, the heavenly court's divine palace had become the dust of history. This was eternally buried deep within Yin Zhaoge's heart, never forgotten, spurring him on to unceasingly advance, unceasingly upwards, never resting, never getting tired. Now, he was a warrior, and he was used to being a warrior. A martial artist would always aim for a higher goal. While challenging all external enemies, they would also challenge themselves. Perhaps he could not avoid it, but Yin Zhaoge was happy to walk such a path. Thus, he continued walking. Yin Zhaoge felt the shaking of the grand chaos of the heavens and the earth. Because he had stepped into the martial saint realm, the surrounding spiritual chi of the heavens and the earth had been drawn into his body, tempering it. This was a difficult path. Transcending mortality and entering sainthood was not the end, nor was it complete. This was just the beginning. The path ahead would only become more and more difficult. Yin Zhaoge was extremely clear about this, but he was exceptionally calm. I might not be the lucky one, I might not be the one who always wins, and I might not be the one who succeeds in the end. However, this did not affect him from being a confident and proud person. Frivolous or ignorant, I dare to walk this path. 12 breaths of time had passed. However, the glorious rainbow sword returned to Yin Zhaoge's hands once more. He slashed out from the distance, a streak of pure, white sword chi, hacking straight towards Nong Yuxuan. Nong Yuxuan's expression changed greatly. The low-grade saint artifact on his body, the heavenly starlight armor, lighting up as if starlight had gathered to form an armor. However, that pure white sword energy cut through the heavenly starlight armor like it was tofu, and its light was instantly extinguished. Nong Yuxuan was greatly shocked. Unable to move his body, he could only barely summon the dim, glorious saber chi that he could control and gather it in front of him. The white sword chi turned and landed on the invisible black flames. Nong Yuxuan gave a muffled groan, his figure tumbling out. Feng Yinsheng, who was shrouded in black smoke, felt the changes in the dim, glorious saber chi. She heaved a sigh of relief, and the cold sunlight in her eyes slowly faded away. If something unexpected had happened and Yin Zhaoge had not succeeded in time, she would have had to go all out, continuing to hold on no matter what. Meanwhile, Nong Yuxuan having suffered a setback at the final moment already meant that Yin Zhaoge had succeeded. Within the air, Yin Zhaoge first repelled Nong Yuxuan with a sword. Meanwhile, the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners had already rushed before him. They all wanted to stop Yin Zhaoge from transcending mortality and entering sainthood. However, they had not thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually succeed so quickly. That was right. If not for this, how would he have dared to take this final step before the faces of a bunch of enemies? It was just that even as such a bizarre truth was laid out before their very eyes now, everyone still felt that it was unreal. They had only been a little slower, but this short distance was like the distance between the heavens and the earth. Now, they were even still in the posture of rushing towards Yin Zhaoge. Their courage dissipated as a chill arose within their hearts. They could only feel like they were rushing over to their deaths, offering their heads to Yin Zhaoge's sword. A massive boom resounded within the air. The great gate of the Myriad Dragon Palace was forcibly jolted open, a figure shooting out from within. It was precisely that third-level martial saint elder of the Radiant Light sect who had been imprisoned by Yin Zhaoge earlier. As soon as he appeared, he did not say a word as he first shot towards Yin Zhaoge. Seeing this elder, some hope reignited within the hearts of the other Radiant Light sect martial practitioners. Everyone clenched their teeth, attacking fiercely towards Yin Zhaoge. The youth before them had merely just stepped into the martial saint realm. Meanwhile, all the Radiant Light sect martial practitioners present were martial saints. All of them attacked together, not believing that they would not be able to take down a first-level martial saint who had just entered the early merging avatar stage. No, it should be said that which first-level martial saint was there that they would not be able to take down? Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly. His figure abruptly shot into the air, numerous streams of white sword chi traversing amid space where his sword pointed. Some of that sword chi abruptly changed in appearance, actually possessing some of the concept of the dim, glorious, devilish chi of the Ra star. The sword chi that contained the power of corrosion instantly cleansed the golden sunlight amidst space. Some of that sword chi changed in appearance as well, possessing some of the power of the Keda star as it transformed into the dim radiance of water, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth. Some of that sword chi that contained the power of corrosion swept through the silvery moonlight. As the two swords combined, solar and lunar eclipses simultaneously appeared, the power of extermination and death reaching a peak as it specifically targeted the radiant light sect's sun-moon divine palm. Some of that sword chi transformed into extremely flourishing sunlight and moonlight, countering the radiant light sect's sun-devouring moon-eroding hand. Some of that sword chi transformed into a black hole, devouring immeasurable radiance as it targeted the radiant light sect's infinite bright light palm. Some of that sword chi resembled flowing water and time, corroding the radiant light sect martial practitioner's inextinguishable light body that was most proficient in defense. Time was like water, merciless. Even the most eternal of radiance would eventually dim before time one day. As the terrifying sword chi of the immortal ending sword circulated, infinite variations were manifested, being incomparably profound as it sent various existences towards their final destination through various methods. The process was filled with myriad variations, but the final result was always the same. There was only a single final destination that led to the same destination, and that was extermination. Yin Zhaoge was leisurely as he attacked towards that radiant light sect elder of the third level of the martial saint realm, with a sword before attacking the others, with another sword before attacking that radiant light sect elder, once more before changing his target, attacking the other radiant light sect martial practitioners. Struck by the terrifying sword chi of the immortal ending sword, even that late merging avatar martial saint elder of the radiant light sect, who had merged his body, avatar and soul, as one, was unable to withstand it as he was injured and crippled upon contact. Other than that radiant light sect elder of the third level of the martial saint realm, none of the other radiant light sect martial practitioners participating in the encirclement could withstand the might of a single sword of Yin Zhaoge's. Sweeping through the entire area, the shadow of death loomed over the hearts of all the radiant light sect martial practitioners. To be continued. Chapter 675. Witnessing that white sword chi that was ever-changing and infinitely profound, yet brutal to the extreme, all the radiant light sect martial practitioners felt a chill run down their spines. They suddenly recalled that Yin Zhaoge had once slain Yang Zhaozhen of the first level of the martial saint realm when he had still been a martial grandmaster. Now that Yin Zhaoge had finally transcended mortality and entered sainthood, how terrifying would he be? At this point, all of them felt the urge to retreat. While Yin Zhaoge's expression was leisurely, his gaze was cold. He did not use any other martial arts, just one man and one sword as he unleashed the infinite profundities of the immortal ending sword. The other concepts had all dissipated now. Only the ferocious sword intent of the immortal ending sword that could extinguish everything flourished more and more as it was pushed to the extreme. This was a sword of pure slaughter and annihilation. In terms of its savagery, few other martial arts could compare to it. Having attained the martial saint realm, Yin Zhaoge's low-grade sacred artifact, the glorious rainbow sword, was currently fully unleashed in his hands. While it was not really compatible with the sword intent of the immortal ending sword, controlled by Yin Zhaoge, the sword light turned cold and pale, its dense killing intent unprecedentedly sharp. The radiant light sect martial practitioners summoned their final bit of courage, attacking towards Yin Zhaoge in unison. Instantly, bright light filled Yin Zhaoge's surroundings as the entire world seemed to be filled and isolated by it. Emotionless and without thought, the infinite, immeasurable radiance was bright and pure, expelling and extinguishing all other existences within its range. Within this world of infinite radiance, Yin Zhaoge was like the greatest foreign object as he was suppressed and destroyed by all the radiance. He laughed lightly, sweeping with his sword, his brutal sword intent directly hacking through the infinite radiance before him. The all-extinguishing sword intent swept through the surrounding area, being omnipresent. Muffled groans resounded as the attacking radiant light sect martial practitioners all retreated in defeat. The dense white sword chi swept outwards once more, numerous heads instantly flying into the skies. The surrounding heavens and earth were illuminated tragically white by the sword light at this moment. The flowing clouds in the sky dissipated, space distorting and collapsing as it expanded and shattered even further into the distance. The great sea down below froze before the seawater dried up, revealing reefs at the bottom of the sea which cracked unceasingly. The dense chi of underground fire surged within before being extinguished unceasingly. As more and more people were slaughtered, Yin Zhaoge was slaughtered, the sword intent of the immortal ending sword grew stronger and stronger, still rising. Unable to do anything to Yin Zhaoge, even with their combined attacks, they finally gave up, wanting to flee. However, it was already no longer up to them whether they stayed or left. Yin Zhaoge expanded his sword, enveloping the surrounding area as he slew one radiant light sect martial practitioner after another. The radiant light sect martial practitioners present were all dead or injured. That radiant light sect elder, the third level of the martial saint realm, roared furiously, simultaneously striking out with his palms towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly as he hacked out with another sword, the dense white sword chi transforming into a black hole which devoured immeasurable radiance. As the radiance dimmed, the white sword chi in the black hole shot out again and continued to slash at the opponent. Helpless, that radiant light sect elder could only wield his sacred artifact to block. Yet, bolstered by Yin Zhaoge's terrifying sword chi of the immortal ending sword, the glorious rainbow sword seemed indestructible as it directly hacked the other party's sacred artifact into two. The other party's face was livid as he pushed his radiant light, illuminating art to the maximum, executing the radiant light sect's direct lineage supreme martial art that was most adept at defense, the inextinguishable light body. In an instant, it was as if thousands of rays of light had condensed on his body, making him look like a man of light. Light illuminates everything. Eternal mark, inextinguishable firmness concept burst forth. Yin Zhaoge, however, ignored this as he continued advancing with his sword. Where the brutal white sword chi passed, infinite radiance instantly dimmed, no longer possessing its former splendor of eternal illumination. That radiant light sect elder was greatly shocked, yet could only helplessly watch as the sword chi advanced with irresistible momentum. Inextinguishable light body, broken. At this critical moment of life and death, the other party clenched his teeth, simultaneously striking out with his palms before clamping down on Yin Zhaoge's glorious rainbow sword. Just having made contact, the flesh and blood of his hands began turning to ash. Numerous illusory scenes seemed to appear before the eyes of this radiant light sect elder. This spiritual avatar condensed of his fleshly body, soul, and martial will that he had cultivated in perfect unity actually gradually collapsed at this moment, separating once more. The separated true martial avatar dissipated, his fleshly body disintegrating as even his formless soul was extinguished along with it. Greatly shocked, he unconsciously released his grip. Yin Zhaoge sent his sword forward lightly, already piercing into his chest. Beneath the immortal ending sword that exterminated all life forms and all things, the body of this radiant light sect elder of the third level of the martial saint realm shockingly collapsed. Yin Zhaoge kept his sword with a relaxed expression on his face, gazing to the side. Cheng Song was blocked by the Northern Ocean clone, while Nong Yuxuan stood amid space, his expression ugly as he remained frozen and unmoving. Black chi surfaced on his face from time to time, the radiance within his eyes stable at times, whilst chaotic at others. Having been forced into retreat by Yin Zhaoga's sword at the final juncture over the control of the dim, glorious saber chi earlier, Nong Yuxuan had lost a large portion of it. The remaining dim, glorious saber chi had become unstable once more due to the many twists and turns. Currently, Nong Yuxuan's body resembled overturning rivers and overturning seas as he showed signs of cultivation deviation once more. He could only stand stiffly where he was, ceaselessly regulating his breathing as he stabilized his true essence and the dim, glorious saber chi that had entered his body. Finally managing his chi with much difficulty, he saw that most of his fellow disciples who had come to kill Yin Zhaoga, along with him, had already been decapitated. Yin Zhaoga stood amid space, striding over. In the Eight Extremities world that year, I once said that I would come to the world beyond worlds to meet your radiant light sect. Now I have come. Drawing with the glorious rainbow sword in his hand, another streak of white sword chi condensed, chopping towards Nong Yuxuan. Gazing at Yin Zhaoga, Nong Yuxuan's expression, who had always been confident, now turned extremely ugly to behold. Blazing sunlight and brutal black fire simultaneously surfaced on his body. The two intersected, forming an explosive force. Sunlight and eclipse clashed. Nong Yuxuan brought his palms together before raising them above his head. It was like a massive saber was raised high into the air by him before chopping down towards Yin Zhaoga. The Radiant Light sect's direct lineage martial art, the Great Radiant Light Saber, was a tyrannical saber that had been merged into one with the dim, glorious saber chi. Half black, half golden, half saber light, half saber chi, they all intersected. At this moment, the heavens and the earth seemed to have been separated into two worlds, dim and radiant. Yin Zhaoga's expression did not change as his dense white sword chi of the immortal ending sword shot upwards. Where the sword chi passed, the boundary between the two worlds was erased, becoming chaotic and unclear. Where the two clashed, space shattered, rippling and distorting unceasingly as it surged, resembling boiling water. The saber light that manifested immeasurable radiance dimmed, extinguished. The darkness that swallowed the heavens and corroded the sun dissipated. The solar eclipse ended, the light of day visible once more. However, as this sunlight appeared, it emanated the feeling of being at the end of the road. When the sun reappeared, it was already sunset in the twilight of his years. The afterglow of the setting sun illuminated Nong Yuxuan's face, his expression ashen. His usually elegant, youthful appearance appeared old and frail at this moment, as though he had reached the end of his destiny. What awaited him? There was only death. To be continued. Chapter 676. Yin Zhaoga's sword continued forward. Coldness and madness flickered within Nong Yuxuan's gaze. He completely gave up on defense, instead attacking towards Yin Zhaoga with all his might, completely looking like he wanted to perish together with him. Before today, if someone had told Nong Yuxuan that he wanted to go all out against someone who had just entered the martial saint realm, attempting to perish together with him, Nong Yuxuan would most likely have thought that the other party was spouting nonsense. Even without the dim, glorious saber chi, his strength was still greater than that late merging avatar martial saint elder whom Yin Zhaoga had killed earlier. Having refined a portion of the dim, glorious saber chi, borrowing the explosive power of the clash between sunlight and solar corrosion, his strength had skyrocketed, rarely meeting a match at the same cultivation level as he possessed peerless strength. Now, however, he discovered that apart from that, he already could not ask for anything more. I have truly underestimated you. If I had known earlier, I would have attacked the Eight Extremities world at all costs, exterminating you in Broad Creed Mountain. Amidst a sharp howl, Nong Yuxuan attacked with all his might, striking towards Yin Zhaoga. Yin Zhaoga instead laughed. You will die even faster if you fight like this. The dense white sword chi was split into two between the heavens and the earth. A streak of sword chi intercepted Nong Yuxuan's attack, while the other continued advancing unstoppably, chopping down on Nong Yuxuan's body. Nong Yushuan's gaze was dazed for a moment, his gaze instantly becoming rather lax. He could clearly feel his true essence, qi and blood, as well as his soul, all heading toward destruction at this moment. Nong Yushuan stared fixedly at the sword in Yin Zhaoge's hand. What sword Dao is this of yours? Actually being so fierce and sharp, its sword intent actually seeming like the end of all things, the end of the world? He was suddenly shocked. Wait, could it be the legendary, immortal, exterminating four swords? Only that sword of extermination, which manifests the end of the world, would have such a concept? The Radiant Light sect had originated from a split-off of the Dim Radiance sect, a sacred ground of the martial Tao that had existed before the Great Calamity. While many things had already been lost due to many twists and turns, their accumulated knowledge still surpassed that of others. As an important figure of the Radiant Light sect, Nong Yushuan had read through the sect's ancient records. Feeling that terrifying sword intent of Yin Zhaoge's, he suddenly felt enlightened as he suddenly recalled some legendary existences. As compared to the other powerful supreme martial arts, the immortal exterminating four swords were indisputably more famous. Nong Yushuan did not recognize the immortal ending sword, only having heard of its name. But he really couldn't think of any other sword Dao that was so powerful and so ferocious. Yin Zhaoge's glorious rainbow sword spun once more, blocking Cheng Song's attack from behind. Cheng Song was an expert of the fourth level of the martial saint realm, the early seeing divinity stage at the end of the day. While the Northern Ocean clone possessed outstanding strength and also had the advantage of his weapon, he could only block it as he was unable to guarantee complete safety. After a long battle, Cheng Song finally found a chance to break through the defensive line. However, his attack was still blocked by Yin Zhaoge. At this moment, hearing Nong Yushuan's words, Cheng Song was greatly shocked as well. Prime clear direct lineage, immortal exterminating four swords? He stared blankly at Yin Zhaoge. That's right. Other than that, how could there be such a ferocious and powerful sword art? With such power, it can't be an evolved branch. It must be the most direct of the direct, the orthodox of the orthodox. Gazing at Yin Zhaoge, Nong Yushuan suddenly laughed uproariously, laughing so crazily, ha ha. So your roots are in the prime, clear, direct lineage. No wonder you possess such strength. No wonder, no wonder. My defeat was not unjust. But your good days will not last for long. Red light circulated on Nong Yushuan's face, resembling the final radiance of the setting sun. His smile was crazed and strange, hateful yet joyful. The earthly sovereign passed down a decree 1,000 years ago that descendants of the prime, clear lineage are not to step foot in the world beyond worlds. Those who defy this decree will definitely be slain, even if they leave the world beyond worlds afterwards. This is already the case for branch lineages, let alone a direct disciple like you. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Nong Yushuan shook his head. You're dead for sure. Hearing his words, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly. Oh, descendants of the prime clear lineage are not to step foot in the world beyond worlds? 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. This was something that Old Man Mo had once solemnly warned Yin Zhaoge about before he had come to the world beyond worlds. These words represented the supreme rulers of the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds. After having come to the Royal Reed Sea, having interacted with the martial practitioners of the Dim Darkness sect and the Grand Xian dynasty, Yin Zhaoge had learnt that the current world beyond worlds was still ruled by these words. Even if those of the Royal Reed Sea did not know what experts there were in the Royal Reed Sea, did not know of King Xuanmu, did not know of Pavilion Lord Gu Hong of the North Seashore Pavilion, did not know the chief of the Radiant Light sect Luo Ziyuan, and the others, they all knew of these words. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors were not the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of pre-Great Calamity times. Instead, they were the current peak experts of the world beyond worlds after the Great Calamity. Amongst them, the earthly sovereign was rumored to be the head of the 3 sovereigns. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Nong Yushuan said, "You can be arrogant all you want now. You, will not have a good ending. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not appear solemn as it remained calm. Looking at Nong Yuxuan, he suddenly laughed. Whether I have a good ending or not has nothing to do with you. Even if I encounter any trouble in the future, it will not be brought by you. What is there for you to be proud of? Yin Zhaoge smiled coldly. There is no need for you to be concerned about me. You should be more concerned about yourself. The difference between you and me is that your current actions are like praying to the heavens to give me retribution in the future. You yourself are unable to do anything at all. Meanwhile, I'm telling you clearly now that you will definitely not have a good ending. All of this is what I am giving you. Saying thus, he stabbed out with his sword once more. Nong Yuxuan's eyes seemed on the verge of imploding, yet he was already unable to utter a single sound. Beneath the immortal ending sword, his life force was rapidly extinguished as he approached the end. His vigorous, true martial essence was of no use at all as it dissipated unceasingly. His powerful fleshly body and qi were of no use at all as they were unceasingly dissipated. His tough soul and will were of no use at all as they were extinguished unceasingly. Looking at Nong Yuxuan, who was gradually approaching the end, a chill arose within Cheng Song's heart. The radiant light sect martial practitioners had all been slain. Yin Zhaoge's strength seemed bottomless. If Nong Yuxuan perished as well, even Cheng Song felt like he would be hard-pressed to withstand the combined might of Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Amidst his thoughts, he speedily turned, directly fleeing. The fourth-level martial sacred realm expert no longer dared to battle as he fled at full speed. Yin Zhaoge gazed at him. Ahu's voice resounded from within the myriad dragon palace. Young master, would there be a problem if we let him flee? On the other side of the palace, Feng Yunsheng was seated in the meditative position, her eyes closed as she adjusted her condition. The roiling black fire and devilish qi were gradually absorbed by the cold sun divine saber. The dim blue radiance formed of the power of reverse sun on the surface of the cold sun divine saber gradually dimmed as it seemed to be devoured by the darkness. However, the brutal aura of calamity and inauspiciousness within was even more vigorous and tyrannical. When Yin Zhaoge had made a move earlier, the great gate of the myriad dragon palace had opened. A suction force had emanated from within, drawing Feng Yunsheng back within. Feng Yunsheng now opened her eyes as well. Cheng Song was an early-seeing divinity martial saint. If he did not want to stay behind and fight to the death, instead wholeheartedly wanting to flee, it would definitely not be an easy thing to keep him behind. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, gazing into the distance. Even if we do not pursue, he will not be able to escape. Chapter 677. Before Yin Zhaoge's words had landed, streams of radiance lit up in the distance. Numerous streams of light traversed the horizon, intersecting as they formed numerous massive spirit talismans, which then came together to form complex, profound spirit patterns. A grand formation obscured the sky, isolating the surrounding area. Enveloped by the grand formation, the region of sea they were in seemed to have been separated from the original heavens and earth, forming a separate world of its own. Space was completely isolated as numerous blurry mists of light appeared before their eyes. Yin Zhaoge and the others felt their bodies instantly turn strangely heavy. Cheng Song, who had fled into the distance, was enveloped and trapped by the formation as well. Similarly affected by it, his speed instantly slowed before his figure gradually descended uncontrollably. It was not just the feeling of bearing a heavy object. Instead, it was as though every single part of his body had become heavy. Every piece of bone, every bit of flesh and blood, even every drop of blood, was extremely heavy. Let alone martial saints like Cheng Song and Yin Zhaoge. Even martial grandmasters like Feng Yunsheng and Ahu had long since become incomparably condensed and blazing hot. A drop of blood that was even heavier than mercury directly ignited as it landed on the vegetation. Now, however, they could only feel as though every single inch of their bodies, even the tiniest bit that had been sliced off, was as heavy as 1,000 caddies. It was not just the people in midair. The seawater down below and the reefs of the Earth's crust beneath the seawater also distorted strangely. Enveloped by the radiance of the formation, the neighboring suffering river region where Yin Zhaoge was battling Nong Yuxuan, Cheng Song, and the others, space and time seemed to be collapsing at the same time. In the Heavenly Inheritance region, the North Sea Sword Pavilion's Elder Qi, the Purple Sun Marshal St. Zhang Chao, and the others who were still embroiled in battle all involuntarily slowed their movements, gazing shockingly in the direction of the suffering river region. Those of the North Sea Sword Pavilion and the Dim Darkness sect felt shocked and uncertain. How many experts exactly did the Radiant Light sect dispatch to surround and kill Yin Zhaoge? Zhang Chao was similarly shocked. Could there be an ambush in the suffering river region? That Yin brat intentionally lured Nong Yuxuan and Cheng Song over? Whose experts are they ambushing the Radiant Light sect? He could not help but worry about his situation. If there was an ambush in the suffering river region, would there also be hidden killing intent targeting him over at the Heavenly Inheritance region? Exchanging glances, both sides saw the difference and shock in the other's eyes. It has nothing to do with them. Both sides understood, but they were even more surprised. He was unlike Zhang Chao, who had ascended as a martial practitioner of the Eight Extremities world, only having arrived in the world beyond worlds in recent years. After Elder Qi and the others sensed that it was not a method of the Radiant Light sect, they were all taken aback. Although this is the rear area, and there are relatively few peak anti-Xian experts, it is not easy to set up such a powerful formation in our sect's territory. This meant that the other party had not planned this beforehand. Instead, they had quietly approached and set up a formation in a very short period of time. Even a seeing divinity martial sage would find it hard to lay down such a powerful formation in such a short period of time. One would need extremely profound attainments and formations. It was extremely difficult to find such a person in the Royal Reed Sea. Unexpectedly, a name appeared in the minds of Elder Qi and the others. Daoist Shi. He was a peak expert who had entered the Royal Reed Sea alongside King Xianwen and Shun Lingzi in the past, conquering the vast territories of the Grand Xian dynasty. At the same time, he was also the most peak formation grandmaster that had appeared in the Royal Reed Sea in many years. After the founding of the Grand Xian dynasty that year, the situation had gradually stabilized. King Xianwen had ruled over the Royal Reed Sea, becoming the hegemon of a region. Daoist Shi and his descendants, however, had gone missing just like Shun Lingzi's lineage. Shun Lingzi's lineage had reappeared earlier. Now, even Daoist Shi's disciples had appeared in this world as well. Feeling the sudden changes in the distant suffering river region, Elder Qi and the others all felt a chill in their hearts. Meanwhile, Cheng Song, who was within the Grand Formation, felt even more bitter. It was not that the Radiant Light sect had not expected the Grand Xian dynasty to be lurking behind. Firstly, they had not thought that Yin Zhaoge would actually be so powerful. After a great battle, it would be their Radiant Light sect who would suffer heavy casualties. Secondly, such an expert had actually suddenly appeared in the Grand Xian dynasty, not giving them any chance of survival at all. With such a major disturbance occurring in the suffering river region, also being within the territory of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, it immediately alerted even more powerful experts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion in the vicinity. Even the North Sea Sword Pavilion experts stationed within the sword domain of the Grinding Hut region had been alerted. Someone had actually attacked right under their noses, causing such a major disturbance as it was virtually like the suffering river region was going to be completely destroyed. Shocked and enraged, the North Sea Sword Pavilion experts instantly rushed out of the sword domain, hurrying over to investigate the situation. However, that grand formation had already been formed. Protected by its power, even experts of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage, would not be able to destroy it in a single move. The peak experts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion were all pursuing King Xuanmu and the others under Gu Hong's lead. While the remaining experts were also powerful, they were unable to immediately break through the grand formation. Zhang Chao's brows were knit tightly. With such a great lineup, who exactly are they targeting? If it is that scum surnamed Yin, why is the Grand Qian dynasty paying so much attention to him? Could it be that the Grand Qian dynasty knows about the matter of the extreme Yang seal as well? Within the Grand Formation, a middle-aged man with a sallow complexion stood amidst space. It was precisely Qi Wei. A woman stood beside him. It was Madame Kong. Two mid-seeing divinity martial saints had acted in unison in order to ensure that nothing would go wrong. With Qi Wei personally establishing the prime Earth reversal formation, even the nearby bigwigs of the North Seashore Pavilion had no chance of reinforcements. He gazed coldly at the myriad life forms within the Grand Formation as he mercilessly wielded the formation. Beneath the terrifying pressure, all things within the suffering river region, whether they were alive or not, whether their bodies were sturdy or not, distorted strangely before shattering, losing their original form. The radiant light sect Elder Chung Song of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm was unable to even utter a sound as fresh blood seeped out from every single pore of his body. Even his powerful acupoints, which were already connected to the stars in the sky above, were collapsing unceasingly at this moment. His skin, tendons, and flesh broke apart bit by bit, dense white bones protruding out of his flesh as they were twisted into a ball. The blood of his entire body converged at a single point, forming a strange ball of blood. Beneath the destructive power of the Grand Formation, his powerful body of a martial saint was distorted to the point of no longer being human. His fleshly body was damaged, his true essence leaking out as Chung Song completely collapsed, his entire fleshly body being compressed into a ball that was still shrinking unceasingly, being compressed yet again. The only exception was Yin Zhaoge and the Myriad Dragon Palace. This was because Qi Wei had intentionally relaxed his attack on them with the power of the Grand Formation. Even so, the Myriad Dragon Palace was still shaking unceasingly, as if it might fall apart at any moment. Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone could feel that immense pressure as well. The other party would naturally not be showing mercy. Yin Zhaoge's heart was like a clear mirror. Qi Wei was doing this in order to prevent the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, prime chaos soil, and other treasures that he had seized from the heaven-bearing FEK formation from being accidentally damaged or destroyed. Still, having set up such a grand formation, it would definitely not be just these few follow-up methods. Within the grand formation, a sword light that resembled water descended from the sky like a long river of time. To be continued. Chapter 678. It's a very powerful formation, and the person who set it up is quite skilled in formations as well. Feeling the immense pressure brought about by the power of the prime Earth reversal formation in the surroundings, Yin Zhaoge understood. He had encountered an opponent with a profound attainment in array formations. Most importantly, not only were the other party's attainments in formations profound, their cultivations were very high as well. Even the weakest among them was a seeing divinity early-stage martial saint expert. It was very likely that they were at the seeing divinity intermediate stage. The combination of his superior cultivation realm and his exquisite attainments in formations was extremely terrifying. Not giving him a chance to set up the array was fine, but now that the array was set up and activated, the suffering river continent was his home turf. In this place, it would not be a problem for Qi Wei to take on a few experts of the same realm. In order to avoid damaging the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, the prime chaos soil, and the other treasures, he was actually holding back against Yin Zhaoge's group. Qi Wei naturally wouldn't waste his time with Yin Zhaoge just like this. Madame Kong would naturally act within the formation, capturing and slaying Yin Zhaoge. Seeing that sword light that resembled water, Yin Zhaoge felt the powerful force contained within. This should be that mid-seeing divinity martial saint of the Shunling Nine swords who had searched for him in the region of sea near the whole tower region back then. Wherever the sword light passed, the flow of time in the grand formation seemed to come to a standstill. Even Yin Zhaoge's movement slowed. The celestial extinguishing sword was powerful, but the gap between their realms was too big. Even without drawing his sword, Yin Zhaoge could already predict the outcome of their clash. While the immortal ending sword might be able to hack through that sword light that resembled the torrents of time for a time, there would be an endless stream of new sword light that would finally envelop and drown him like a tide. Water could extinguish a fire, but when the fire was too big and fierce, the water would be burned dry. Moreover, unlike Deng's son, Chung Song, and the others who only possessed low-grade sacred artifacts, Madame Kong still possessed a mid-grade sacred artifact like the turbid Heaven Mirror Armor. The strength of a seeing divinity martial saint combined with a mid-grade sacred artifact far surpassed the imagination of ordinary people. However, Yin Zhaoge did not panic as his expression remained calm and composed. He raised his hand, clenched his fist, and punched the sword light that was like a torrent of time. Countless rays of sunlight congregated on Yin Zhaoge's fist, as if this brightness, this blazing heat, was the only reality in this world, the only focal point. The glorious and tyrannical scarlet golden seal burned fiercely. It released 10,000 streaks of golden light as it appeared within the Earth Cloud reversal formation. It was as if the real sun's star had fallen into the formation. For a moment, the radiance of the formation patterns trembled slightly. Now that I have transcended mortality and entered sainthood, I can no longer just activate the extreme Yang seal once. I can't guarantee any more, but 3 to 5 times should be no problem. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly as the extreme Yang seal shot towards Madame Kong with his fist intent. Wherever the sunlight reached, the water-like sword light immediately fluctuated. Everything in the void regained its vitality. It was no longer sluggish and still, and time began to flow once more. Madame Kong had a shocked look on her face. Seeing this, Qi Wei similarly knit his brows tightly. This is a high-grade sacred artifact. This brat actually has a high-grade saint artifact. But after the shock, their eyes flashed at the same time. High-grade sacred weapons were so powerful that not to mention experts of their level, even King Xianwan, Shun Lingzi, and Dao Shi had coveted them. While they were shocked by Yin Zhaoge being able to wield the power of a high-grade sacred artifact at the first level of the martial saint realm, they firmly believed that this would definitely not be able to last for long. Apart from wresting back the bearing heaven ceremonial fragrance and the other treasures, Madame Kong and Qi Wei were now even more determined to slay Yin Zhaoge. Seeing that an unexpected change had occurred, Qi Wei immediately strengthened the power of the prime Earth reversal formation. Yet, even as Yin Zhaoge wielded the extreme Yang seal, he did something else as well. The Northern Ocean clone did not linger for long as he directly retreated within the Myriad Dragon Palace before a shadow, shrinking pouch appeared in his hand. The fragrance of the bearing heaven ceremonial fragrance that could not be concealed instantly emanated. Even as Qi Wei and Madame Kang's spirits rose, they saw the Northern Ocean clone tap out with the fish dragon spear. The spear landed on a spirit pattern of the prime Earth reversal formation, instantly breaking through space as a terrifying black hole was formed. Qi Wei's eyelids twitched wildly. Qi Wei already knew that Yin Zhaoge had been able to break the Heavenly Fire Tribulation Thunder formation and be highly proficient in formations. He had already tried his best to overestimate Yin Zhaoge in this regard. Still, Yin Zhaoge had still shocked him. As the Northern Ocean clone stabbed out with his spear, it struck a critical node of the prime Earth reversal formation. If Qi Wei did not deal with it carefully, the formation would immediately fall into chaos. He could clearly feel that the North Sea Sword Pavilion experts who were currently attacking the prime Earth reversal formation sensed it as their attacks immediately grew sharper and more powerful. This youth before him was definitely not inferior to him in terms of knowledge and research in the Tao formations. He might even surpass it. Qi Wei's withered face twitched slightly as his gaze turned even colder. Even as he controlled the prime Earth reversal formation to block the North Sea Sword Pavilion experts outside, Qi Wei controlled the changes in the formation as he dispelled Yin Zhaoge's methods. However, Yin Zhaoge did not waste time with him. The Northern Ocean clone struck out consecutively with his spear, unceasingly targeting and destroying the spirit patterns as he forced Chi Wei into a corner. Then, the mournful light of thunder suddenly flickered within the right pupil of Yin Zhaoge's true body. A violent thunderbolt that was terrifying to the extreme appeared, resembling the rage of an immortal divinity as it rampantly shattered the numerous spirit patterns. It was precisely an instant's thunder. Having refined the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment for many years, Yin Zhaoge had become increasingly proficient in an instant's thunder. This divine thunder was not just unleashed by the power of the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. A great amount of Yin Zhaoge's vigorous true essence had also been ignited as he struck out with all his might. Caught off guard, Chi Wei was nearly pierced through by Yin Zhaoge's instant's thunder. His face turned slightly green as he snorted coldly, pressing down with one hand, forcibly stabilizing the grand formation as he raised his other hand high above his head. Chi Wei wrote within the air, numerous spirit patterns of light instantly condensing in mid-air as yet another grand formation was clearly in the midst of forming unceasingly. Numerous treasures flew out from his accompanying shadow, shrinking pouch, transforming into treasures for the establishment of the second grand formation. Madame Kang's expression was similarly unfriendly. While the extreme Yang seal could currently only exert the power of a mid-grade sacred artifact, its power was of extreme Yang, as she would be hard-pressed to break through in a head-on clash. Madame Kang wielded the turbid heavenly mirror armor, forcibly withstanding the blow of the extreme Yang seal. The sword light that resembled water finally evaded the obstruction of the extreme Yang seal, still descending towards Yin Zhaoge. As the attack of an instant's thunder shook the prime Earth reversal formation, the Northern Ocean clone struck out with his spear once more. This time, space was completely ripped apart as a massive spatial crevice was forcibly broken through amidst the formation. Yin Zhaoge laughed, keeping the extreme Yang seal as he descended into the myriad dragon palace alongside the Northern Ocean clone before shooting into that spatial crevice. Madame Kang's sword light resembled a vast, long river as it directly chased after him into the spatial crevice. As her sword light flashed, the violent void turbulence instantly became much gentler. However, as Yin Zhaoge raised a hand, that shadow shrinking pouch that contained the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance and the other treasures was instantly swept away by the chaotic flows of space, seemingly about to vanish without a trace as it drifted off to some unknown space. Yin Zhaoge himself was leisurely and composed as he entered another chaotic flow of space. Madame Kang hesitated for a moment before sighing towards the heavens, chasing after the shadow, shrinking pouch. Chi Wei's second formation enveloped the area, combining with the prime Earth reversal formation as the North Sea Sword Pavilion martial practitioners were firmly blocked outside the suffering river region. Now, however, they could only watch helplessly as Yin Zhaoge vanished within the spatial crevice. What left him feeling especially despondent was that Yin Zhaoge still had the leisure to wave goodbye to him and Madame Kang. Whatever the case, the most important thing is that the heaven-bearing FEK formation can be maintained. Chi Wei could only console himself like this at this moment. Now, however, the usually calm and composed Madame Kang, with an extraordinary bearing, emitted a long, shocked, and enraged howl from within the spatial crevice. The Earth-Sea Lung crystal is missing. To be continued. Chapter 679. Madame Kang had always had a graceful bearing, rarely losing her composure like this. But at this moment, her heart was filled with resentment, comparable to when she first learned that her son, Kang Jinyuan, was in danger. Hearing Madame Kang's furious roar, Chi Wei's face was livid as well, his vision instantly turning dark. It was as if a mouthful of blood was stuck in his chest, and he couldn't spit it out even if he wanted to. Before rushing to the Heavenly Inheritance region and Suffering River region this time, they had conversed with King Xuanmu. King Xuanmu answered solemnly. It would be hard to find another batch of treasures of such scale within a short period of time. If the batch of treasures that Yin Zhaoge had stolen was not retrieved, the royal reed sea would have no way of collecting them once more. Even if they could find it, it would take a long time for them to accumulate the amount they needed. During this period of time, they could not afford to wait any longer. The sky-bearing effecate array would not be able to be maintained any longer. As Qi Wei approached that spatial crevice, he saw the sword light of Madame Kang's time, flowing sword locking down the chaotic space within. However, Yin Zhaoge had long since disappeared without a trace. Even if they wanted to chase after him, they would not be able to do so now. Even Yin Zhaoge himself could not be certain of where he would end up. It was not impossible that he would end up outside of the Royal Reed Sea. The two mid-seeing divinity martial saints exchanged glances, both having gloomy expressions on their faces. While they had already known that Yin Zhaoge's cultivation base was extraordinary and that he was a heaven-defying genius with a body full of treasures, having truly clashed head-on with him, they still felt rather taken aback. According to the Grand Qian dynasty's words, when he killed Yang Zhaozhen in the Phoenix-bearing region, he should have just stepped into the transcending mortality stage. Madame Kang's expression was unprecedentedly solemn. In less than a year's time, he has actually attained the body of a martial saint. Qi Wei's expression was also grave. Could it be that he also cultivates the time-flowing sword, or some other martial art that originated from the Aeon Light heavenly scripture? Sensing that the forces attacking the Grand Formation were getting stronger and stronger, he knew that more and more anti-Shin forces experts were arriving. Qi Wei took a deep breath and steadied his mind. Let's leave this place first. Madame Kang nodded as well. While King Xuanmu and the others were helping to draw the attention of Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, and the others, they were currently deep within the rear of the anti-Shin army at the end of the day. If they were not careful, they might instead perish here. Qi Wei's two formations moved side by side, reversing at the same time. The entire suffering river state started to crumble and crack, as though it was about to be destroyed. Borrowing the cover of the formation, he and Madame Kang hurriedly fled far away, heading towards the prearranged location where there would naturally be other experts of the Grand Qian dynasty to receive them. Looking at Qi Wei, Madame Kang said in a heavy voice, "I will go find that little thief. Senior apprentice brother Qi, try and see if we can use other treasures to replace the Earth-Ocean lung crystals. We will work together." Qi Wei's face was terrifyingly dark. The others are easy to replace, but the heaven-bearing ceremonial incense and the Earth-Ocean lung crystals are almost irreplaceable. Hearing her words, Madame Kang's vision darkened as well. Could it be that this Yin Zhaoge knows what we want those things for, and thus intentionally withheld the Earth-Ocean lung crystals? Qi Wei gritted his teeth. It's not impossible. This kid is very knowledgeable and is especially good at formations. It's very possible that he knows about the sky-bearing effecate formation. Madame Kang's rage suddenly ceased as her expression turned hesitant. Could it be that there are other major figures who have learned of the Emperor's plans and have secretly sent this person over to stealthily disrupt our plans? If that's the case, it would still be fine. We only need to report it to the Emperor, who will then decide on everything. Qi Wei frowned. Still, the prerequisite is that it cannot be us who have leaked the news. Otherwise, if the Emperor places the blame on us, we would still be hard-pressed to escape it. Madame Kang muttered to herself, if there are other major figures who want to disrupt the Emperor's plans, who could it be? This is the southeastern Exalt's territory at the end of the day. The possibility is the greatest. While he tacitly allowed us seniors to establish ourselves in the Royal Reed Sea that year, having been passed down to this day, the southeastern Exalt most likely does not know what exactly we are doing. Therefore, he has ignored us. As soon as he knows the specifics of the situation, he might not agree. It is just that in order not to fall out with the Emperor, he has instructed someone to act in secret. As Madame Kang pondered, her heart suddenly jolted slightly. This Yin Zhaoge actually possesses a high-grade sacred artifact at such a young age and with such a cultivation base. While he is unable to fully wield the power within, it can still be seen that this sacred artifact is extraordinary. It actually seems to be superior to the cloud, circulating heavenly light sword and the King Xian spear. Madame Kong and Chi Wei exchanged glances. The true intent of the extreme yang star refined within is incomparably powerful, never having been seen before in our lifetimes. Its external appearance is that of a great seal. The two spoke simultaneously. Could it be the legendary extreme yang seal? Chi Wei's expression was ugly. This treasure has already been missing along with its owner for over 1,000 years. Madame Kong exhaled slowly. That's right. It is only missing, its whereabouts unknown. It is not that it has perished. She paused for a moment before saying softly, once that major figure was acclaimed alongside peak figures like the earthly sovereign, reinvigorating Taoism after the Great Calamity, establishing the world beyond worlds, and re-establishing Kunlun Mountain. Chi Wei pressed his lips together. One of the Kunlun 9 luminaries of post-Great Calamity times, the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. From his memories, Chi Wei found this legendary existence, even a people of their level. When he mentioned this taboo name, Chi Wei's voice involuntarily became softer. As Madame Kong had said, this person was only missing, possibly still alive. Chi Wei was rather flustered and exasperated. Could it be that this Yin Zhaoge is a descendant of the exalted solar luminary? Madame Kong said, "It is hard to say. While there are rumors from the Radiant Light sect that Yin Zhaoge is a martial practitioner of the lower worlds who followed the wound of the sky to the world beyond worlds, who knows what fortuitous encounters he might have had in the lower worlds. Anyway, let's first report the situation to the Emperor." Madame Kong thought for a moment before saying, "Talk to King Xuanmu and ask him to try to obtain information from the Radiant Light sect. If it really does not work, try to capture a higher echelon expert of the Radiant Light sect alive and interrogate him about the specifics of the situation." Chi Wei frowned. If I had known this earlier, I would have left that seeing divinity martial saint elder of the Radiant Light sect alive. Madame Kang's gaze flickered. I somewhat understand now why the Radiant Light sect is so fixated on that Yin Zhaoge. They very likely know that the extreme yang seal is in his hands. The Radiant Light sect originates from the dim Radiant sect. While they have fallen, they should still know that the extreme yang seal was something that the exalted solar luminary had accompanied in the past. Yet, they still dared to pursue Yin Zhaoge in such an unbridled manner. Perhaps Yin Zhaoge only obtained the extreme yang seal by chance, not being related to the exalted solar luminary at all. Chi Wei said, "It is best to be careful. It is best not to easily guess at the thoughts of major figures like that. Who knows if there might be some secret behind this? The Radiant Light sect might just be playing with fire." Madame Kong said solemnly, "We naturally have to verify this. Still, we cannot just sit here and do nothing. If, apart from the sacred artifact that is the extreme yang seal, that Yin Zhaoge is unrelated to the exalted solar luminary, while we have done nothing at all, we would not be able to give an account to the Emperor." Chi Wei said, "Right. Continue pursuing that Yin Zhaoge's whereabouts, while also trying to obtain more information from the Radiant Light sect." Madame Kong rubbed her forehead lightly, feeling a headache coming on. This Yin Zhaoge, what exactly is his background? Chapter 680. Yin Zhaoge's group, who had been targeted by Chi Wei, Madame Kong, and the others, had just shot out of the chaotic flows of space. Looking at the vast ocean before him, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. "I should still be in the world beyond worlds. I just wonder if I'm still in the Royal Reed Sea." As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge suddenly saw a storm that shocked the heavens suddenly arise on the originally calm surface of the sea in the extreme distance. The tornado rolled up the seawater and went straight up to the sky. At the same time, terrifying lightning flashed in the center of the storm, jumping and spreading in all directions. Endless magnetic storms. Yin Zhaoge was rendered speechless, rampaging amid space. It actually came to the vicinity of the clear scenic region. Like the phoenix-bearing region and the heavenly inheritance region, the clear scenic region was one of the 72 regions of the Royal Reed Sea. Still, this was not the region of the North Sea where the heavenly inheritance region, the Whole Tower region, and the Suffering River region were, as it was closer to the western part of the Royal Reed Sea. What was worth mentioning was that this place was not far from the Radiant Light sect's headquarters. Because of the terrifying, endless magnetic storms, the clear scenic region was a place that one's grandmother did not care for and uncle did not love. Since the Grand Xian dynasty and the Radiant Light sect had not occupied this place, it seemed to have become a buffer zone for both sides. It could also be said that it was a natural barrier that the Radiant Light sect used to obstruct the Grand Xian dynasty's advance. Of course, it was only a barrier in one direction, but from another perspective, it was like an abyss. The Radiant Light sect did not have to worry that the Grand Xian dynasty would attack from this direction. If the Grand Xian dynasty attacked the Radiant Light sect from other directions, they would also not have to worry about them escaping from the clear scenic region. Looking at the endless magnetic storms that suffused between the heavens and the earth, Yin Zhaoge very sensibly retreated, getting himself further away from the clear scenic region. When the storm was at its peak, not only would it wreak havoc in the clear scenic region, it would also affect the vast surrounding regions. Now is indeed the time when the endless magnetic storms are rampaging. Yin Zhaoge shook his head slightly, shading his eyes as he gazed into the distance. Light flickered above his head as the myriad dragon palace reappeared. Feng Yinsheng, Ahu, Pan Pan, and the Northern Ocean clone were all within, all of them looking curiously at numerous dragons of water shooting into the skies in the distance. Thunderstorms densely covering the area as it resembled the end of the world. Being able to cause such a major disturbance in the world beyond worlds where the dimensional boundaries were stable and the circulation of spiritual qi was abundant. If the same force had landed in places like the Eight Extremities world, the Vast Ocean world, and the Flame Devil world, it would have truly been a world-destroying calamity. Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone sat in the meditative position with his eyes closed, unceasingly regulating his condition. Streams of qi surged out of his body, circled around him, and then retracted to circulate his breathing. Looking within his body, he discovered that there were already many tiny wounds within the Northern Ocean clone's body. These injuries seemed extremely small, almost undetectable, but any one of them would be fatal if it landed on a martial grandmaster. The accumulation of so many injuries might seem insignificant now, but after a long time, it could become a huge hidden danger. The collapse of a 1,000-mile dike could be caused by an ant's nest. When the crack was large enough, the result would be a breach. However, if these injuries can be treated when they are still minor and completely healed, there won't be any major problems in the future. Yin Zhaoge's North Ocean clone was currently focused on recovering from these injuries, borrowing the advantage of two sacred artifacts. In a prolonged battle against an early-seeing divinity martial saint like Cheng Song, while he would not be at a disadvantage, he would still be affected somewhat. A martial saint who could break through the void and see the gods was no ordinary person. The gap between the third and fourth levels of the martial saint realm was far greater than that between the second and third levels of the martial saint realm. At the same cultivation level, the Northern Ocean clone would also be able to defeat Cheng Song barehanded without any suspense. However, battling a seeing divinity martial saint as a merging avatar martial saint was a completely different matter altogether. Yin Zhaoge controlled the myriad dragon palace to avoid the endless magnetic storms, sitting in the meditative position within the Great Hall, breathing and cultivating his qi. Having successfully transcended mortality and entered sainthood, Yin Zhaoge's accumulation was abundant as he virtually had no need to stabilize his cultivation base. Still, escaping from a prime Earth reversal formation had expended a great deal of his strength. Not only had he wielded the extreme Yang seal, he had also executed an instant's thunder. Also, having consecutively battled with experts like Nong Yuxuan, Cheng Song, Madame Kong, and Qi Wei, Yin Zhaoge had also gained some benefits that he could slowly savor. So-called actual combat experience was all accumulated bit by bit, just like this. Even as Yin Zhaoge regulated his condition, he gazed at Feng Yunsheng, smiling, first not speaking of getting rid of Nong Yuxuan and the others. Just this abundant power of corrosion alone is already a great harvest. Resting the cold sun divine saber on her knees, Feng Yinshang smiled wryly upon hearing his words. It is indeed abundant, abundant to the point that I am almost unable to raise my own weapon. Yin Zhaoge laughed loudly. The supreme treasure of the Rahu star that year, the Rahu saber, was at least a high-grade sacred artifact like the extreme Yang seal and the extreme Yin crown. Afterwards, the external form of the Rahu saber collapsed, the great amount of the power of corrosion contained within transforming into the dim, glorious saber chi that scattered, its remains forming the embryonic form of this cold sun divine saber. Now, most of the dim, glorious saber chi that scattered back then has returned to this saber. Its power has naturally risen greatly, also containing the massive power of cold sun within. Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in praise. It is currently still in the process of refining the dim, glorious saber chi and the power of cold sun once more. This saber's foundations are deep, and its starting point is high. Now that it has accumulated sufficient power, when everything has been settled, it will probably be able to directly return to the ranks of high-grade sacred artifacts. Already a completely new weapon, it was still able to have such fortune. This is truly a great fortuitous encounter that is hard to come by. Ordinary martial grandmasters would naturally be hard-pressed to wield such a saber. It is already not easy for you, Yinsheng. It is all because you are virtually living in symbiosis with this saber. Feng Yinshang said, I will not relax my requirements for myself. Yin Zhaoge smiled. I have never worried about you in this regard. Feng Yinsheng let out a rare sigh. I have never worried about you in the first place. You always have a way to resolve various difficult problems. Still, just now, that radiant light sex known Yushuan mentioned something. Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, saying, candidly, the sword Tao that I cultivate in is indeed of the direct lineage of Taoism's prime, clear lineage, the immortal ending sword of the numinous treasure four swords. It was an unexpected gain from the dragon tomb of the vast ocean world. Feng Yinsheng shook her head. Everyone has their own fortuitous encounters. This is very normal. I have no intention of asking you about the origins of your sword Tao. I am referring to what that known Yushuan said. The earthly sovereign of the world beyond worlds has decreed that descendants of the prime, clear lineage are not to step into this world. If this is true, it cannot be underestimated. 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, exalts of 10 territories. Amongst them, emperors were above exalts, while the 3 sovereigns were stronger than the 5 emperors. The earthly sovereign vaguely seemed to be the head of the 3 sovereigns. From a certain perspective, he was virtually the ruler of the world beyond worlds, or, at the very least, the strongest known expert. His words were law, his words of gold and jade. In the world beyond worlds, the words of the earthly sovereign were law. There might be those who could go against him, but they had to be major figures of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors at the very least. Even the exalts of 10 territories might not dare to openly oppose him. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Oh, now that you mention it, the news that bastard revealed might be true, rather than just being a bluff. Chapter 681. Yin Zhaoge said, Actually, I myself have always found it a little strange. Yin Zhaoge had not had much contact with the world beyond worlds, as it was mainly limited to a corner of the Royal Reed Sea. However, when he had visited the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world, and other places earlier, he had discovered similar problems. He had never seen any prime, clear lineage forces or martial practitioners. Not to mention the direct line of descent, there wasn't even a branch of it. The legacies of the Jade clear lineage were related to Broad Creed Mountain's supreme martial art, the heavenly Broad Creed Palm. In the world beyond worlds, Shun Lingzi's lineage aside, the martial arts of the royal family of the Grand Qian dynasty were also a branch of the Jade clear lineage. The dim, radiant sect of the past had existed even before the Great Calamity. It was rumored that its founder had once heard of it at Kunlun Mountain. The other martial arts legacies did not seem to have any illustrious backgrounds. However, as long as they were Taoist martial arts, other than those that were clearly related to the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages, they could all be considered to be of the Grand Clear lineage. The Grand Clear Direct lineage was extremely rare, but it spread far more widely than the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages. In the legends, the Grand Clear Patriarch, the heavenly lord of Tao and virtue, had educated the people in the past and opened up the light of wisdom of the Tao. As a result, he had the morality of education and established the foundation and network of the human race's martial arts development. Of the martial arts of Taoism, apart from the Jade Clear and Prime Clear lineages, everyone else could worship the Lord of Tao and virtue as their founder. Yin Zhaoge had long since noticed that he had seen the legacies of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages, be they direct lineages or branch lineages. Only the Prime Clear lineage had no signs of it at all. In the past, Yin Zhaoge had thought that it was because he had traveled too few places in this era and had too few martial practitioners whom he had interacted with. With the world beyond worlds, as an example, while the Royal Reed Sea did not have Prime Clear legacies, this did not mean that other places did not have them either. After all, the world beyond worlds was so vast. However, after hearing Nong Yushuan's words now, comparing the two, Yin Zhaoge felt that all this was probably not a coincidence. As for the reason behind this, it was quite intriguing. If this decree of the earthly sovereign was carried out completely in the world beyond worlds, it meant that this was not just his personal wish. The 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, the exalts of 10 territories, and the other major figures of the world beyond worlds all tacitly acknowledged this decree. At least, most of the top figures were supportive. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Interesting, this is very likely not a personal enmity, but rather a conflict as a whole. The Grandmasters of the 3 Pure Ones have already transcended. Why are the Jade Pure and Grand Pure Ones still capturing the Grandmaster of Heaven? Oh no, it's the primogenitor of numinous treasure. Why are they still making things difficult for his disciples and descendants? Yin Zhaoge's current thoughts were rather nonsensical, but he himself was actually very serious. After having come to this world for the first time before the Great Calamity, Yin Zhaoge had discovered to his surprise that some of the supernatural beings and legends of his previous life actually existed here as well. It was similar to Investiture of the Gods, Journey to the West, and many other myths and legends. However, many things were specious. Some legends were exactly the same, while others were poles apart, even the opposite. This made it difficult for him to tell if the stories he had heard before were wrong, or if the legends he had heard after coming to this world were wrong. This was actually something that gave Yin Zhaoge a bit of a headache. There were many things that could only be taken one step at a time. The myths and legends that one had heard of could at most be used as a reference. Otherwise, one would be digging one's own grave at any time. Meanwhile, the inertia of one's thinking had always been something that was very hard to overcome. One might end up digging one's own grave at any time. For this particular matter, it was rumored that the founders of the 3 clear lineages had already transcended the world long before the Great Calamity had occurred, having been missing for who knew how many years. According to the records of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, this was not even something that had happened in this era. Before the Great Calamity, the relationship between the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace and the direct lineages of the 3 clear lineages had not been as tense as it had been in the ancient times of the Investiture of the Gods at the very least. It was just that from the looks of it now, new enmity seemed to have arisen between them following the Great Calamity. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. This is something that I had not anticipated before coming to the world beyond worlds. Swiveling his head, he saw that Feng Yinsheng had already retracted her gaze and was seriously meditating once more. Yin Zhaoge pulled back the corners of his lips. I say, weren't you still worried about me just now? Now that a great calamity has befallen us, you've already flown off on your own? Feng Yinsheng smiled. I am also gradually getting used to your habits. If you're rubbing your temples when thinking about a problem, that means that the problem is indeed rather thorny, as you have to consider it carefully. Still, if you're rubbing your lower chin, haha. Beside him, Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh, continuing, that means that you already have a plan, young master. Whether or not the method will work is another matter, but you already have one at the very least. As he said this, Ahu even imitated Yin Zhaoge's actions, stroking his lower chin. Yin Zhaoge rolled his eyes upon hearing his words. Do you really have to understand me so well? Feng Yinsheng and Ahu smiled as they looked at him, not speaking. Pan Pan raised his two front paws by the side, clapping as if he was applauding. Yin Zhaoge could not help but smile as well. After laughing, Yin Zhaoge said, "The rumors are most likely true. Still, it is still not fatal. The numinous treasure four swords are indeed of the prime clear direct lineage. Still, I cultivate in the immortal ending sword, which is much better as compared to the other three swords. Neither copper, nor iron, nor steel. It was once hidden beneath Suya Mountain. Not refined in reverse with yin and yang, would there be no sharpness tempered by water and fire? Exterminating immortal sharp, slaughtering immortal dead, trapping immortal red all around. The immortal ending variations are boundlessly wondrous, the blood of divinities drenching their garments." Yin Zhaoge recited slowly. The latter four lines actually simply point out some of the external characteristics of the numinous treasure four swords. Feng Yunsheng and Ahu had thoughtful looks on their faces. The immortal ending variations are boundlessly wondrous? Yin Zhaoge nodded. While retracting, the all-extinguishing sword intent within would lower the power of the immortal ending sword. With the help of many other sword arts, and even many martial arts, it is sufficient to deceive most people. The Tao of the sword is a Tao of slaughter in the first place. It is actually fine if the killing intent is a bit heavier. So long as the concept of the numinous treasure four swords, sending all things into annihilation, is not manifested, it will be fine. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched slightly. Of course, when it really comes down to it, I will still have to go all out. He smiled. If there is a chance, I should first understand why the earthly sovereign has such a decree. There is no need to scare myself before this. Moreover, at the end of the day, I am not a descendant of the prime clear lineage. As they conversed, the endless magnetic storms of the clear scenic region gradually subsided once more. This natural calamity left as quickly as it had come. What was troublesome was that it came and went without any prior warning, as it was hard to guard against. As the endless magnetic storms subsided, not just the clear scenic region, the spiritual chi flow of the surrounding region of sea became much calmer as well. Yin Zhaoge's sensory abilities towards the outside world returned to normal. Therefore, he immediately sensed an extremely powerful aura emanating from the west, seemingly currently approaching this place. To be continued. Chapter 682. Feeling a powerful aura approaching, Yin Zhaoge gazed towards the west. The clouds in the sky shattered, and brilliant rays of light shone down from the heavens, dyeing the sea red. A small black dot gradually appeared amidst the multicolored light. The small black dot instantly enlarged, approaching from afar as it arrived before Yin Zhaoge and the others. 1,000 feet long ship sailed out of the light, braving the wind and breaking the waves. Riding the astral winds of the 9 heavens, breaking through the sea of clouds. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. Beside him, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu were also focused on that massive vessel that sailed through the horizon. Ahu opened his mouth wide, his saliva nearly dripping down. "Young master, this is the riding wind heavenly vessel that the dim darkness sect martial practitioners once mentioned?" Feng Yunsheng narrowed her eyes. "Is it someone of the southeastern exalts lineage?" Yin Zhaoge said, "That's right. It is precisely the riding wind heavenly vessel. If nothing goes wrong, it should be of the southeastern exalts lineage. Still, if we want to confirm this, they will have to get closer first." The riding wind heavenly vessel was a rather legendary, miraculous treasure of the world beyond worlds. They were powerful and difficult to produce, so they were extremely rare. Only the 3 sovereigns, 5 emperors, and 10 exalted ones possessed a few. The Royal Reed Sea was within the domain of the world beyond worlds, southeastern Yang Heaven territory. In this territory, the riding wind heavenly vessel would definitely belong to the southeastern exalts lineage, barring any unexpected circumstances. Still, the Royal Reed Sea was located close to the southern blazing heaven territory at the border between the 2 territories. Therefore, It could also be the riding wind heavenly vessel of the Southern Exalt's lineage. Looking at the heavenly soaring divine vessel in midair that traversed 10,000 li in an instant, chasing the sun and pursuing the moon, Yin Zhaoge's gaze was momentarily dazed. What he thought of was the heavenly vessel that the heavenly court's divine palace had used to traverse the Milky Way in pre-Great Calamity times, also known as the vessel of the heavenly river. It was the means of transportation used by the immortals and deities in the heavenly court's divine palace to patrol the heavenly river. However, after the Great Calamity, most of it had vanished along with the divine palace. Having previously heard of the riding wind heavenly vessel, Yin Zhaoge had vaguely guessed at it. Now that he had seen the real thing, he immediately had an idea. The riding wind heavenly vessel before them was precisely the result of people attempting to recreate a heavenly vessel after the Great Calamity. Although it couldn't compare to the Divine Palace's skyship of the past, it was still somewhat similar. Looking at the majestic riding wind heavenly vessel before him, Yin Zhaoge momentarily felt rather emotional, the vicissitudes of time and the vicissitudes of the world growing stronger. That massive divine vessel shot through the horizon, passing over the heads of Yin Zhaoge and the others as it arrived above the clear scenic region before suddenly coming to a halt. A mirror light suddenly descended from the riding wind heavenly vessel, hanging high in the sky as though it was the bright sun. The mirror light condensed, continuously sweeping across the surface of the clear scenic region sea. Yin Zhaoge's eyelids twitched slightly. It seems like he's looking for someone or something. The southeastern Yang Heaven territory was tacitly acknowledged as the southeastern Exalt's territory. He was in charge of all matters and people in this region. Still, the southeastern Exalt generally did not get involved in the conflicts between the various powers within his territory unless a very great disturbance was caused. While the Grand Qian dynasty had been locked in a fierce battle with the anti-Qin forces in the Royal Reed Sea previously, the southeastern Exalt had not interfered. Of course, all these years, regardless of who was in charge of the Royal Reed Sea, whether it was a single power that reigned supreme over the Royal Reed Sea, or whether many powers were at loggerheads with one another, the tributes that they had to give to the southeastern Exalt had never been lacking. Those of the southeastern Exalt's lineage would also come out to Rome about from time to time. Still, it was rare as they did not really get involved in the conflicts between local powers. For example, it had already been many years since someone of the southeastern Exalt's lineage had come to the Royal Reed Sea. It was even rarer for them to specially come looking for something like this. Yin Zhaoge blinked. The first thing that came to his mind was that box whose position he had sensed through the earth-devouring burner. If his senses were not wrong, that box with the words heaven devouring written on it should be buried somewhere at the bottom of the sea of the clear scenic region. The mirror light of the riding wind heavenly vessel illuminated the surrounding area from high above. Now, the sky suddenly turned dark. Then, massive waves that surged to the heavens arose on the surface of the clear scenic region down below, countless terrifying storms rampaging as numerous water dragons shot into the skies. Still, just having calmed down for an instant, the terrifying endless magnetic storms arose once more, as though the calm and tranquil state from earlier had been an illusion, fully illustrating what it meant to turn hostile faster than the flipping of a book. Looking at the roiling electricity surging amidst those numerous water dragons, the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth involuntarily twitched slightly. Feng Yunsheng raised her brows. Seeing this, I finally understand what you meant when you said that the endless magnetic storms would come as you please without any prior warning whatsoever, Zhaoge. The clear scenic region was enveloped by the terrifying endless magnetic storms once more, the entire region of sea transforming into a purgatory of storms, tsunamis and thunder and lightning, completely resembling the scene of the end of the world. That massive flying ship that was traversing the horizon did not evade, instead forcibly withstanding those terrifying storms of thunder and water, still hovering in the air above the clear scenic region. From the perspective of Yin Zhaoge and the others, while the riding wind heavenly vessel was massive, it was instantly engulfed by the storms of thunder and water that shot into the horizon, vanishing without a trace. It was just that bright multicolored light still did not dissipate where the riding wind heavenly vessel had originally been, even vaguely penetrating through the terrifying hurricanes that flickered with the light of electricity as it stubbornly shot out. It could be seen that while the multicolored light shook unceasingly from the impact, it still barely managed to remain where it was. Feng Yunsheng was rather taken aback. Forcibly withstanding the endless magnetic storms of such a scale, this riding wind heavenly vessel is actually so sturdy that even immortal bridge martial saints would probably be unable to easily destroy it. Ahu is even drooling. Young master, this is a good thing. Yin Zhaoge shrugged, not blaming Ahu for looking at it like this. To the current him, this riding wind heavenly vessel was indeed a good thing. While it could not compare to the heavenly river vessel at the current stage, it was truly a supreme weapon. It was just that it was too difficult to construct. The craftsmanship was hard, and finding the materials was even harder. Gazing at the clear scenic region before him, he could vaguely see a streak of mirror light still stubbornly descending from the source of the multicolored light in the sky, indistinctly visible at times. Yin Zhaoge frowned. There is no need to be in such a rush to find treasures, right? Could it be that you are looking for someone? A moment later, the mirror light suddenly flickered, light also flickering slightly amidst the great sea down below, where storms and tides rampaged. This light seemed to be trapped by something. If not for having been stimulated by the mirror light of the riding wind heavenly vessel, becoming exceptionally intense, those outside would not have been able to detect it at all. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge and the others had not detected it earlier. While it was inconvenient to observe amidst the rampaging storms, after carefully paying attention to that streak of light, Yin Zhaoge came to a realization. Indeed, this is some sort of protective treasure. Someone is making use of this treasure to barely withstand the endless magnetic storms. Gazing into the distance, the glow of that treasure was clearly weakening unceasingly, already not being able to hold on for much longer. However, being trapped at the bottom of the sea, it was hard for it to extricate itself. The riding wind heavenly vessel in the sky finally found its target. However, while it could withstand the endless magnetic storms without being destroyed, it was blocked by the hurricane of thunder that shot into the sky, unable to descend no matter what. To be continued. Chapter 683. The sturdiness of the riding wind heavenly vessel was truly admirable. Even in such a large-scale, endless magnetic storms, he was still able to hold on. Although the wind was strong and the waves were strong, the ship did not overturn and remained stable in the stormy waves. However, the destructive power of the endless magnetic storms was extremely shocking. Numerous hurricanes swept up the seawater, intermingling with thunderbolts as they surged upwards, making it hard for the riding wind heavenly vessel in the air to descend. What made the people on the boat helpless was that the storm was coming again, but it wasn't like before when it had calmed down and only lasted for a short period of time. This time, the storm lasted for an exceptionally long time. The terrifying magnetic lightning storm seemed endless. Engulfed by the storm, the protective glow in the sea grew dimmer and dimmer. It looked like it was about to dissipate. The treasured light didn't move. It seemed to be tied down by some kind of power at the bottom of the sea. As a result, it was trapped in the depths of the sea and couldn't escape. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoge said to Feng Yunsheng and Ahu, "Stand firmly and carefully." After that, he sat cross-legged in the middle of the hall, one hand forming a seal and touching the ground, the other clenched into a fist, condensing his own martial arts fist intent, and punched toward the top of the hall. Bolstered by his true essence, the myriad dragon palace instantly shook, the roars of dragons resounding. In the sky above the hall, numerous rays of light lit up and interweaved together to form numerous talisman markings. Gradually, a massive spirit formation appeared in the air above the myriad dragon palace. Enveloped by the formation, the aura of the myriad dragon palace vaguely changed slightly. Seeing this, Ahu grinned. "Young master, While I also feel that forming a good relationship with the Southeastern Exalt and the territory of the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory would only bring us more harm than good, we shouldn't just go over and help him out just like this, right? We might not be able to withstand the endless magnetic storms before us. Yin Zhaoge looked at him strangely. What do you mean by possible? He definitely won't be able to withstand it. If he just goes in like that, he'll just be asking for trouble. Ahu almost choked on his saliva. Then why do you look like you're going to help, young master? Yin Zhaoge smiled. If you want to help, there are many ways. You don't have to personally charge into the storm. Hearing his words, Ahu scratched his big head as he gazed curiously at the formation enveloping the sky above the myriad dragon palace. At this moment, within the endless magnetic storms, the divine ship that was sailing through the skies was stubbornly resisting this apocalyptic storm. On the massive vessel, the massive sails were raised, flickering with brilliant light that enveloped the entire riding wind heavenly vessel, forming a single entity as it kept the terrifying thunderstorms at bay. There were a few people standing under the sail, all of them looking very serious. A middle-aged man frowned. Marshal Nephew One, aren't you being too bold? Just because you have the domain talisman on you, do you think you can go anywhere in the world? Beside him stood another person who sighed. There's a region of sea in the Royal Reed Sea where endless magnetic storms arise all year round. Usually, I have only heard of it. Now that I have personally witnessed it, only now do I know that it is truly extraordinary. The storms here are even more intense than the endless magnetic storms elsewhere, such that even the riding wind heavenly vessel is unable to descend. This scholarly man was named Chun Zhiliang, one of the Southeastern Exalt's personal disciples. The person trapped at the bottom of the clear scenic region down below was called Wen Luoxia, his personal disciple, the direct lineage grand disciple of the Southeastern Exalt who ruled over the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Standing beside Chun Zhiliang and controlling the riding wind heavenly vessel, the middle-aged man who had spoken first was Chun Zhiliang's senior apprentice brother Zheng Ming, Wen Luoxia's senior apprentice uncle. Of the two of them, one was a mid-seeing divinity martial saint, while the other was an early-seeing divinity martial saint. In terms of cultivation bases, they could be considered experts within the domain of the Royal Reed Sea. Still, they could not be considered peak experts. In the entire Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, there were even more people who had higher cultivation bases than them. Yet in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory, the fame of the mountain sea sword Zheng Ming and the soaring feather guest Chun Zhiliang was known all. This was not just because they were personal disciples of the Southeastern Exalt. Instead, it was because of their extraordinary strength that had established their illustrious fame. Not relying on the riding wind heavenly vessel beneath their feet, not relying on their background, having come to a place like the Royal Reed Sea, they would be able to do as they pleased most of the time. Having arrived in the Royal Reed Sea, those who could interact with them were figures on the level of King Xuanmu, Gu Hong, Luo Ziyuan, Zhou Haoxing, and Gong Sunwu. It was just that facing this heavenly calamity now, these two bigwigs who dominated the southeast felt despondent as well. Chun Zhiliang shook his head, sighing. In terms of where Wen Luoxia's confidence came from, the protective treasure that she possessed, the heavenly cycle talisman. She actually relied more on this master of hers, as well as her senior apprentice uncle Zheng Ming, as well as a powerful treasure like the riding wind heavenly vessel. Sadly, Wen Luoxia had miscalculated this time, such that she was currently in a perilous situation while Chun Zhiliang and Zheng Ming could only worry helplessly. Zheng Ming of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm said, "Now, junior apprentice brother Chun, you can only control the riding wind heavenly vessel and help me suppress the storm. I will disembark, personally entering the sea and bringing junior apprentice niece Wen up." Chun Zhiliang's brows were knit tightly. There was indeed only this method. Still, it was too risky. If the storm persisted for a long time, even Zheng Ming might be in danger. As he pondered, his expression suddenly flickered as he gazed outwards. While he was within the storm, protected by the multicolored light, he was still able to detect the movements of the myriad dragon palace in the distance. Initially, he had not taken it to heart. Still, Seeing the sudden changes in the myriad dragon palace now, Chen Zhiliang could not help but begin to pay attention to it. It can't be that they are trying to take advantage of us, right? Chen Zhiliang felt surprised. Beside him, and Zheng Ming, stood another person. It was a white-haired old man. While he looked old on the outside, his spirit was hale and hearty. The old man smiled. It is impossible that they do not know what the riding wind heavenly vessel signifies. The other party should not be so unwise. If someone really is foolish, they might as well leave it to this old man to deal with. Chen Zhiliang nodded. That will be good. This old man was called by Zimming. He was not a descendant of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage, instead having ascended to the world beyond worlds after attaining the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm. Coincidentally, he had encountered Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang's group. Thus, he had managed to latch onto this thick thigh. Noticing the changes in the Myriad Dragon Palace as well, Zheng Ming spat softly. It doesn't look like they are trying to take advantage of us. Instead, it looks like they are preparing to lend a hand. Chen Zhiliang shook his head. I appreciate your intentions. Still, they really do not know the height of the heavens and the depth of the earth. If they dare to approach the outskirts of the storm, they will probably be crushed to smithereens. Gazing at the Myriad Dragon Palace, Zheng Ming's gaze suddenly focused. That's not right. As Chen Zhiliang and Bai Zimming gazed over, they were both taken aback. The formation above the Myriad Dragon Palace circulated, streams of radiance enveloping the Myriad Dragon Palace before extending amid space. The streams of light formed different shapes, gradually manifesting different forms with the Myriad Dragon Palace as their core. Looking carefully, the outline of the Myriad Dragon Palace that was formed by that radiance actually seemed to be gradually transforming into the form of a large ship. To be continued. Chapter 684. Streams of light drew out a massive silhouette, forming a large ship that seemed transparent. Enveloped by the screen of light, the Myriad Dragon Palace was situated at the center of this great ship. The great ship hovered in the horizon, slowly advancing within the air. After carefully appraising it a few times, the old man by Zimming could not help but be slightly surprised. It is just an illusory silhouette, not possessing any actual power or any special profundities. At the end of the day, it is still that strange palace. The silhouette of the massive ship outside is merely for show. Beside him, the expressions of Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang suddenly turned solemn. Chen Zhiliang, who had a slightly lower cultivation base, had a more doubtful expression on his face. Meanwhile, Zheng Ming, who was currently controlling the riding wind heavenly vessel with a higher cultivation base, had a slightly shocked look on his face. Seeing this, Bai Zimming was puzzled as he instantly shut his mouth and fell silent. From the looks of it, that massive silhouette clearly contained some profound principles. Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang, who were familiar with the riding wind heavenly vessel, could both tell that it was extraordinary. Under such circumstances, the old man naturally spoke no further, listening more and speaking less. It was just that looking at the Myriad Dragon Palace, doubts involuntarily arose within Bai Zimming's heart. Yin Zhaoga sat within the Myriad Dragon Palace, combining his true essence with the power of the Myriad Dragon Palace in establishing a formation which then manifested the silhouette of the massive ship. The massive ship traversed between the heavens and the earth. While it was slow, it emanated an unstoppable aura as if it wanted to traverse the myriad heavens. Because it was formed from lines of light that formed a virtually transparent image, numerous patterns of light surged as the ship traveled, displaying some of the profundities of the internal structure of the ship, as well as the reasoning behind why such a shocking scene could be seen. At the center of the silhouette of the massive ship, numerous streams of light circulated and surged, forming a vortex which unceasingly extracted the spiritual chi of the surrounding heavens and earth. Numerous runes were inscribed amidst space, resembling brilliant scriptures as they traversed the horizon. Because Yin Zhaoga had only simulated it with his true essence, all of this was illusory. Still, some principles were already displayed. Ahu scratched his head. "Young master, what is this?" Yin Zhaoga answered. excavating legacies of pre-Great Calamity times, I obtained some incomplete scriptures that originated from the legendary heavenly river vessel of the past. It is not the blueprint of the heavenly river vessel. Instead, it is some secret technique that controls the helm, raising the prowess of this treasure. Now that I have displayed it, those people on the riding wind heavenly vessel will most likely be able to understand it. Although Zheng Ming didn't understand everything, he was shocked. Who is the other party? Chen Zhiliang gradually reacted as well, a rare look of shock appearing in his eyes. Did he obtain an ancient technique, or did he come into contact with a riding wind heavenly vessel on his own? Zheng Ming composed himself. No matter what, we have to save Marshal Nephew when first. Chen Zhiliang said, "Thank you, Senior Brother Zheng." Zheng Ming closed his eyes, within his mind flashing the massive silhouetted ship formed of Yin Zhaoge's true essence, the various principles and techniques he had explained. He pondered for a moment, comprehending and digesting these principles, matching them with his own riding wind heavenly vessel. When he opened his eyes again, he was standing upright. Thick quintessential essence flowed from his feet into the divine boat below him. Light swirled under Zheng Ming's feet, and a glyph formation appeared. Streams of light spread out in all directions with the glyph formation at the center. Streams of light surfaced on the entire surface of the massive riding wind heavenly vessel. Each stream of light was formed of innumerable runes, pulsing with a majestic power that was hard to estimate. These runes flowed unceasingly, also changing and recombining. The riding wind heavenly vessel shook intensely, its power seemingly instantly rising by half a step. All along, the massive vessel that had been clashing with the endless magnetic storms had just happened to be in a relatively balanced state. Whoever was slightly superior would immediately be able to bring along the overall momentum, suppressing the other party. Under such circumstances, the propulsion of the riding wind heavenly vessel suddenly increased, streaks of multicolored light suffusing the horizon, expanding unceasingly as it forcibly withstood the rampaging thunderstorms in the surroundings. Then, the massive divine vessel forcibly split apart the numerous hurricanes that shot into the skies down below, like it was splitting apart the waves of the sea. That massive silhouette within the air finally began descending slowly, approaching the sea down below. A look of astonishment appeared in the eyes of the old man. By Zimming, immediate results? Actually so miraculous? Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang exchanged glances, their expressions solemn as well. Chen Zhiliang asked, "Have you understood it all?" This technique of his looks incomplete and incomplete. It should have been unearthed from before the Great Calamity. Zheng Ming shook his head. Still, it really is extraordinary. Zheng Ming shook his head. Still, it is truly extraordinary. Even I was only able to understand a portion of this incomplete technique of his, which is another discount. Even so, it still allowed the riding wind heavenly vessel to successfully advance a step further. Chen Zhiliang sucked in a breath of cold air. Unbelievable. I wonder who exactly it is. He said no more. Seeing that the riding wind heavenly vessel had already descended onto the sea's surface, breaking through the seawater and heading into the depths of the sea, he immediately leapt out of the protection of the multicolored light. Gazing into the distance from outside the storm, Yin Zhaoge saw that protective treasured light at the bottom of the sea growing weaker and weaker, seemingly about to vanish. Still, someone had already disembarked from the riding wind heavenly vessel, approaching the protective treasured light in an attempt to rescue him. Behind him, the riding wind heavenly vessel forcibly parted the rampaging waves. While it shook, it remained unmoving where it was, becoming the trustworthy shield of those within the sea. A moment later, streams of jet-black light could be seen shooting out from the depths of the sea, forcibly stirring up the great sea. Intense tremors emanated from the depths of the sea, unceasingly expanding into the surroundings. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Yes, it looks like the person who entered the sea earlier was indeed trapped by some sort of restriction at the bottom of the sea. Such a major disturbance at the bottom of the sea had been caused by Chun Zhiliang breaking the restriction to rescue him. Then, Chun Zhiliang shot out of the sea surface, reboarding the riding wind heavenly vessel. The majestic divine vessel rose into the air once more, breaking through the all-encompassing storms and thunderbolts as it sailed out of the clear scenic region. Following this, the other party did not just leave, as he shockingly headed in the direction of the Myriad Dragon Palace. Yin Zhaoge had already retracted his true essence, the Myriad Dragon Palace similarly retracting its aura as the silhouette of the massive vessel vanished. Looking at the riding wind heavenly vessel that was getting closer and closer, Ahu laughed in a simple and honest manner. "Young master, a man's wealth is his own ruin. Will they have designs on you, interrogating you about those secret techniques that strengthen the power of the riding wind heavenly vessel just now?" Yin Zhaoge said. "They can tell that the technique is incomplete. Also, their gains earlier were already sufficiently great. As compared to this technique used on a riding wind heavenly vessel, if my Myriad Dragon Palace's foundations are exposed, it would actually attract even more greed. It is the same for the extreme Yang seal as well. Now that the aura of the Myriad Dragon Palace has been completely retracted, there is no need to worry." According to the words of the Dim Darkness sect and the martial practitioners active in the Royal Reed Sea, the Southeastern Exalt's lineage is still passable. Yin Zhaoge gazed at the massive vessel that resembled a city before him, his gaze falling on that massive sail. A massive, profound pattern surfaced on it, being the symbol of the Southeastern Exalt. Now, a voice resounded from the riding wind heavenly vessel. "I wonder who your master is? Can we have a chat on board?" Chapter 685. Having just shot out of the terrifying, endless magnetic storms, the surface of the massive vessel was wreathed with multicolored light, the terrifying light of magnetic electricity also leaping about unceasingly. Having rampantly hacked apart those terrifying storms and thunderbolts, this massive vessel was filled with a fearless, invincible aura that shook one's soul. While it had also suffered a massive blow amidst the storms earlier, looking at it now, there was not even a single scar on its surface. Its powerful aura was manifested for all to see. Raising his head to look at the massive riding wind heavenly vessel before him, Yin Zhaoge turned and said to Feng Yunsheng and Ahu, "Wait for me here." Feng Yunsheng and Ahu both nodded. Yin Zhaoge immediately left the Myriad Dragon Palace, flying up towards the riding wind heavenly vessel. In mid-air, radiance descended from that massive divine vessel, condensing amidst space as a staircase was formed. Seeing this, Feng Yunsheng and Ahu both nodded slightly. This showed that the attitude of Zheng Ming and the others on the riding wind heavenly vessel was very friendly. Yin Zhaoge landed on the staircase, standing unmoving as the radiance automatically retracted, bringing Yin Zhaoge aboard that massive vessel. Everyone on the vessel, by Ziming included, appraised Yin Zhaoge with their gazes, seemingly wanting to see through him. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "I am surnamed Yin Zhaoge. Greetings, everyone." While there were 3 seeing divinity martial saints before him, Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual. His gaze appraised the riding wind heavenly vessel from top to bottom, just browsing and admiring it, not showing any sign of shock or admiration at all. As Zheng Ming, Chun Zhiliang, Bai Ziming, and the others saw this, their hearts involuntarily jolted. This young man's aura is not small, his experience not shallow. Bai Ziming felt this especially intensely. When he had first seen the riding wind heavenly vessel, even he had felt rather shocked. Thus, his lofty sentiments and sharpness from ascending to the world beyond worlds had been greatly retracted. Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang exchanged glances. Even for those who had grown up in the world beyond worlds, those who had truly seen the riding wind heavenly vessel were extremely few amongst the extremely few. Most people whose cultivation bases were not high enough would not be able to come into contact with the riding wind heavenly vessel under normal circumstances, only seeing images of it at most. Personally witnessing the true riding wind heavenly vessel, feeling that pressure that surged to the heavens from such a close distance, The shock it brought was far from something that images of light could compare to. The gazes of Zheng Ming and the others grew more serious as they appraised Yin Zhaoga carefully. First level of the martial saint realm, early merging avatar stage, very young weight. They were all shocked again. Why does it feel like his real age and his appearance are not that different? He couldn't be more than 30 years old, but a martial saint who wasn't even 30 years old? Among them, Zheng Ming's cultivation was the highest, and his eyesight was also the best, so he could see the most. However, it was also precisely because of this that his eyes had directly fallen into a daze as he looked at Yin Zhaoga for just that one moment. Initially, Chun Zhiliang and Bai Ziming only had some suspicions. However, when they saw Zheng Ming's appearance, their hearts started pounding. Senior brother Zheng, his age. Chun Zhiliang looked at his senior brother in disbelief and transmitted his voice. Zheng Ming came back to his senses and shook his head slightly. No more than 30 years old. Chun Zhiliang gasped. Less than 30 years old. This should be the youngest martial saint since the Great Calamity, right? I also can't say for sure that he isn't the youngest. Zheng Ming similarly ground his teeth. I can only say that of those whose ages I know for certain are transcending mortality and entering sainthood, he is the youngest. Chun Zhiliang frowned. I have never heard of the existence of such a figure before. With such shocking talent, he should logically be rather famous. Even if he is not widely known under the heavens, he should also not be unknown and unknown. His heart suddenly jolted. It can't be that he has been cultivating at Kunlun Mountain all this time and is now finally roaming the world. Direct lineage of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Zheng Ming thought for a moment before denying this guess. It can't be. It is impossible for there to be no news of such a person roaming the world at all, much less Master not knowing that he had entered the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Chun Zhiliang smiled bitterly. Where did such a monster pop out from then? Zheng Ming felt the same way as him. I really want to know too. While conversing via sound transmission with Chun Zhiliang, Zheng Ming gazed at Yin Zhaoga as he slowly said, I am Zheng Ming of the southeastern lineage. I wonder where this little friend's master is from. Yin Zhaoga smiled. I have learnt martial arts from my father since young. Still, speaking of what happened just now, I inadvertently unearthed a relic of pre-Great Calamity times and obtained it from analyzing some tattered scriptures. I was just displaying my slight skill before an expert. I have made a fool out of myself. Zheng Ming said. It is rather original in its own way. Chun Zhiliang swiveled his head, saying, Luoxia, come and thank this little friend Yin. It was thanks to him that you were able to escape danger. There was another person on the deck of the riding wind heavenly vessel who had been seated in the meditative position earlier. Seeing Yin Zhaoga ascend the vessel, she only stood up. Hearing Chun Zhiliang's words now, she walked forward. It was a girl who appeared to be in her 20s or 30s. This girl was Chun Zhiliang's personal disciple, the Southeastern Exalt's direct lineage disciple, Sun Wen Luoxia. Previously, she had been trapped at the bottom of the clear scenic region. Fortunately, Zheng Ming, Chun Zhiliang, and the others had arrived in time to save her. Otherwise, once the power of the heavenly cycle talisman that she used to protect herself was completely exhausted, she would have died under the ravages of the endless magnetic storms. As Yin Zhaoga saw it, while her true age was older than what she appeared to be, it wouldn't be by much. His cultivation base was shockingly already at the 9th level of the Martial Grandmaster realm, the late Essence Talisman Martial Grandmaster realm. Compared to his age, it was sufficient to make most martial practitioners blush with shame. In the few worlds outside of the world beyond worlds that Yin Zhaoga had been to, other than a few people, this woman's cultivation speed was so fast that it was virtually able to suppress the myriad life forms of the 8 extremities world and the vast ocean world. Wen Luoxia had also been staring at Yin Zhaoga, a perplexed look appearing on her face. She first thanked Yin Zhaoga. It was all thanks to your help just now that I was able to escape from danger. Here, I thank you. Yin Zhaoga smiled. You are too polite. Traveling outside, there will always be unexpected dangers. This is the same for everyone. Wen Luoxia nodded before glancing at her master through the corner of her eye, seemingly inquiring about something. Not waiting for her to speak, Chen Zhiliang sent over via sound transmission. Their true age is virtually the same as their outer appearance, not being more than a few years apart. They cannot surpass 30 at most. When Luoxia's eyes could not help but reveal shock as she looked at Yin Zhaoge once more, her gaze involuntarily turning even more solemn. The southeastern lineage was lacking in numbers. Correspondingly, their descendants were all supremely talented, possessing outstanding talent. When Luoxia had seen far too many monstrous geniuses in her life, she herself was a genius amongst geniuses, such that she had already grown numb to seeing geniuses on a daily basis. Yet, looking at this youth who was younger than her by more than 10 years, yet had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, when Luoxia felt a rare feeling of shock. Yin Zhaoge's expression was as per usual as he smiled. The great name of the Southeastern Exalt is like thunder in my ears. It is just that I had not thought that I would be able to see him today. Chapter 686. The population of the world beyond worlds was much greater than that of worlds like the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world. With such a massive population, the appearance of geniuses, monstrous geniuses, geniuses amongst geniuses, would naturally be correspondingly greater. It was not impossible that there would be shocking figures who had never appeared in the Eight Extremities world and the vast ocean world that were hard to imagine. Therefore, to Chen Zhiliang and Wen Luoxia, who were used to seeing geniuses, even if an incomparable genius truly appeared before them, they would not take it too seriously. The reason was very simple. Today's geniuses might not necessarily vanish into the masses tomorrow. Only by transforming their talent into true power as expected would geniuses be able to display their worth. The problem, however, was that the person who had appeared before them was already a martial saint. A martial saint who was not even 30 years of age. Even though Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang were both seeing divinity martial saints, their strength far surpassing that of ordinary merging avatar martial saints. Still, they were unable to treat a youth who had already transcended mortality and entered sainthood, possessing incomparably shocking talent. This meant that other than his outstanding talent, this youth before them might also have had some great fortune and fortuitous encounters. From a certain perspective, this was even more important than pure talent. After all, talent could be squandered away. Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang were even more curious about Yin Zhaoge now. Still, they quickly stabilized their emotions, their expressions and gazes regaining their calm. Even though tempestuous waves surged within their hearts, they no longer showed it. After exchanging greetings, Yin Zhaoge glanced rather surprisedly at Bai Ziming. From what Yin Zhaoge currently knew, there were quite a few people in the world beyond worlds who had attained the seeing divinity stage and ascended from the lower worlds. There were even some who had stabilized their footing in the world beyond worlds, establishing their own lineages once more as they made a name for themselves. Aside from Bai Ziming, Yin Zhaoge was also paying attention to Wen Luoxia. Yin Zhaoge had always been thinking about why she had entered the depths of the clear scenic region. While Wen Luoxia had been trapped earlier, it was still unknown whether she had already gained anything. Still, while he had helped her out, it was still not appropriate for him to ask these questions. After all, they had only just met. Zheng Ming and the others were similarly rather curious about Yin Zhaoge's situation. Still, it was not appropriate for them to ask too much. Regarding Yin Zhaoge, Zheng Ming and the others still held him in high regard. They did not act arrogantly or disrespectfully due to their status. They also invited Yin Zhaoge's companions to board the vessel. Seeing that there was no problem, Yin Zhaoge did not reject them as he just retracted the aura of the myriad dragon palace before keeping it carefully. After Feng Yunsheng boarded the ship, Zheng Ming's expression changed slightly as he looked at her with some doubt. There seemed to be something strange about this woman that he couldn't see through at first glance. Could it be that your fellow disciples are also learning martial arts from your esteemed father? Zheng Ming asked with a smile. Yin Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng and smiled. This is my wife. Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang broke into laughter. So that's how it is. We were being rude. It's just that she's dressed like a girl, so, Yin Zhaoge smiled. We haven't married yet, but the marriage has already been set. Feng Yinxing smiled and bowed to everyone. Greetings, seniors. Zheng Ming and the others all smiled and nodded, as Yin Zhaoge said, She's indeed my junior apprentice sister, but we are not of the same lineage. She is my senior apprentice uncle's disciple. His words were filled with both truth and falsehood, causing them to be unable to see through him for a time. Faced with such a shocking figure who had suddenly appeared in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory in the Royal Reed Sea, Zheng Ming and the others could not help but feel doubtful. After pondering for a moment, Chun Zhiliang decided to delve a little deeper into the topic. Little friend Yin doesn't seem to be a native of the Royal Reed Sea, right? Yin Zhaoge smiled, answering candidly, I've just arrived here for around a year or so. Here, there was nothing else to be said. He did not deceive them with false words, yet did not reveal anything else either. Chun Zhiliang felt rather exasperated whilst also amused. If anyone else had tried to play tricks on him like this, they would have long since been slapped to the ground by him. Even though the other party had just helped them by rescuing Wen Luoxia from danger, the difference in their status and strength was just there for all to see. If one harbored the thought of wanting to obtain whatever he wanted from the other party, that would be the wrong idea. Those in high positions were used to giving orders and grasping the situation. They could be amiable and approachable, but if those of lower positions really tried to interact with them as equals, the result would most likely not be good. Those who were used to giving orders would only truly interact with those of similar status and strength. However, Yin Zhaoge had already proven himself. Even if he did not have any backing, just by himself alone, the attitude of Zheng Ming and the others would also be far more lenient than that of ordinary people. If such a shocking figure did not have a major background, he would instead be welcomed by Zheng Ming and the others, because he himself possessed the value and possibility of being roped in. Of course, there was a limit to how much they could tolerate. Yin Zhaoge grasped this. Therefore, he would not deceive the other party with false information. Afterwards, the other party would verify through other channels that everything he had said in their conversation today was true and trustworthy. Not knowing whether to laugh or to cry, Qin Zhiliang did not really believe it, as he was even more direct in his questioning. Yin Zhaoge, however, changed the topic, bringing it to the side. Chun Zhiliang clicked his tongue in wonder, yet could not pursue the matter any further. Otherwise, they would really be falling out. Watching from the side, Zheng Ming also felt this to be interesting. He changed the topic. We seldom come to this Royal Reed Sea. We only know that it has not been peaceful in recent times. The Grand Qian dynasty has always been at war with the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and the other sections. The two sides are locked in a stalemate, with the Grand Qian dynasty holding the upper hand as they even breached the main altar of the Dim Darkness sect a while ago. It is just that I do not know the exact situation now. Yin Zhaoge smiled. The general situation is more or less what you understand. The Grand Qian dynasty was originally at a disadvantage. Still, a descendant of Shun Lingzi's lineage who fought alongside King Xianwen in the Royal Reed Sea in the past came out to assist them in battle, thus turning defeat into victory. Zheng Ming, Chun Zhiliang, and the others nodded slightly, not looking surprised as they had clearly known about this beforehand. Yin Zhaoge continued. Rather, not long ago, there seemed to be another expert assisting the Grand Qian dynasty. I do not know much about him, only knowing that he is proficient in formations. I heard from the locals that amongst those who entered the Royal Reed Sea together with King Xianwen and Shun Lingzi that year, there was also a Daoist Shi who was a formation expert. I wonder if that formation expert I saw was his descendant. Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang exchanged looks. As personal disciples of the Southeastern Exalt, they knew many things that were unknown to others. When King Xianwen, Shun Lingzi, and Daoist Shi had entered the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that year and settled down in the Royal Reed Sea, they had obtained the tacit approval of the Southeastern Exalt. There seemed to be the shadow of some other major figure behind them. However, it was still unclear what exactly they wanted. While they had given a reason back then, had that been their true goal? To be continued. Chapter 687. The southeastern Exalt's lineage had always had many guesses regarding the Grand Qian dynasty's strange occupation of the royal Reed Sea. It was just that with the southeastern Exalt's tacit approval, Zheng Ming, Qin Zhiliang, and the others had not asked too much about it. While Yin Zhaoge had not explicitly said it now, the hearts of the two jolted slightly as their thoughts were drawn towards him once more. Qin Zhiliang said mildly, Daoist Shi's attainments and formations are very high. His descendant must be extraordinary as well. Paying attention to Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang's expressions and hearing Qin Zhiliang's words, Yin Zhaoge gradually came to a conclusion. It seemed that King Xianwan, Shen Lingzi, and Daoist Shi had not come to the Royal Reed Sea on the southeastern Exalt orders that year. Not only were they outsiders to the Royal Reed Sea, they were likely outsiders to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory as well. As for why the southeastern Exalt had tacitly allowed them to establish the heaven-bearing Effecate formation in the Royal Reed Sea in an attempt to find clues to the earthly queen, there were two possibilities. Firstly, behind them stood a figure whom even the southeastern Exalt was extremely wary of, as he could only turn a blind eye to their actions. Secondly, they had a backer. While it was not to the extent where the southeastern Exalt had to bow down to them, the southeastern Exalt would not be willing to offend them for no reason. Also, the southeastern Exalt did not know what exactly they wanted to do, not knowing of the existence of the heaven-bearing Effecate formation here in the Royal Reed Sea. The possibility of the former was not high. In the world beyond worlds, the earthly sovereign was kept in check by the other two sovereigns, as no one was able to reign supreme. The fact that the Grand Qian dynasty, Qi Wei and Madame Kong, were still acting in secret meant that they did not wish for the southeastern Exalt and others to learn of the details. If the latter was the case, there would be many areas where they could make a fuss about it. Yin Zhaoge smiled. He is indeed extraordinary. If not for this Yin liking analyzing formations and studying them from time to time, I would probably not have been able to escape his prime Earth reversal formation. He is a mid-seeing divinity martial saint at the end of the day. Zheng Ming's gaze flickered. You clashed with him before? Qin Zhiliang, Bai Ziming, and Wen Luoxiao were all slightly taken aback as well. A formation set up by a fifth-level martial saint, yet this youth was actually able to escape? Then I'm afraid his attainments in the art of formations are not as simple as they seem to be. Yin Zhaoge said, Not long ago, I must say that I made a fool of myself. I obtained some things from a descendant of Shen Lingzi's lineage. In the end, his seniors and Daoist Shi's descendant ambushed me together. Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang did not speak, knowing that Yin Zhaoge definitely had more to say. Yin Zhaoge did not beat around the bush as he said straightforwardly, There are quite a few things, such as the heaven-bearing ceremonial fragrance, prime chaos soil, earth-ocean lung crystals, and so on. Qin Zhiliang frowned and looked at Zheng Ming doubtfully. Senior brother Zheng, these things? As personal disciples of the Southeastern Exalt, they knew far more than others in terms of knowledge and experience. This was especially so for the bearing heaven ceremonial incense. It was very unique and had only one use. Qin Zhiliang thought of something, but he wasn't sure, so he looked at Zheng Ming. Zheng Ming did not speak, but his expression became solemn. After a while, he gazed at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge smiled and nodded. For what I know, these are materials for establishing the heaven-bearing Effecate formation. Zheng Ming said slowly, Little friend, Yin is knowledgeable. This Zheng admires you. Yin Zhaoge said, You overpraise me. Zheng Ming glanced deeply at Yin Zhaoge. He felt that Yin Zhaoge had acted to save Wen Luoxia precisely for this. Facing Zheng Ming's appraising gaze, Yin Zhaoge seemed to know what the other party was thinking. His expression was calm, neither flustered nor impatient. Seeing this, Zheng Ming retracted his gaze, not feeling dissatisfied. While Yin Zhaoge had his own motives in doing this, it had been an open scheme. The decision still lay with Zheng Ming and Qin Zhiliang at the end of the day. As for the heaven-bearing Effecate formation and the meaning behind it, those of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage had no choice but to pay attention to it. After learning of this, whether or not it would be beneficial to Yin Zhaoge, Zheng Ming and the others would definitely ask about it. On the contrary, they had to thank Yin Zhaoge for leaking the news. Otherwise, if major changes occurred afterwards, no one would be able to predict what problems might arise. Between people, first impressions and impressions were very important. Same people, same things, but different impressions could lead to completely different opinions. It was often said that the more you looked at someone, the more you looked at them, or the more you looked at them, the more you looked at them. Looking at Yin Zhaoge now, Qin Zhiliang instead praised him even more. What an interesting youngster. It is not just his outstanding talent in the martial Dao. Standing by the side, Bai Ziming remained silent as he just watched quietly from the sidelines, feeling rather emotional within his heart as well. Zheng Ming first steered the riding wind heavenly vessel, gradually leaving the vicinity of the clear scenic region. Looking at the endless magnetic storms that were gradually getting further and further away from them, everyone felt relieved. Feng Yunsheng and Ahu looked curiously at Zheng Ming, Qin Zhiliang, and the others. Ahu secretly asked via sound transmission, "Young master, is it all right to just tell them like this?" The Grand Xian dynasty can deny it. It is often said that to catch an adulterous couple, to catch a thief, you must catch the goods. It is not like we know the exact location of the heaven-bearing FEK formation. Feng Yunsheng was doubtful as well. Could it be in the Grand Xian dynasty's capital? That might not be the case. The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth arched lightly upwards. It is indeed not certain. Still, there is no need to worry. Even if we don't know, someone will. Glancing at Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang, Ahu could not help but grimace. It can't be that if the Southeastern Exalt's lineage directly went to ask, the people of the Grand Xian dynasty would bring them there to see, right? Of course not, Yin Zhaoge smiled. Just watch quietly, it's about to begin. After Zheng Ming pondered for a moment, he glanced at Qin Zhiliang and sent him some instructions via voice transmission. Qin Zhiliang nodded and suddenly disappeared. In next to no time, Qin Zhiliang appeared once more and gave Zheng Ming a shadow shrinking pouch. Zheng Ming glanced at Yin Zhaoge and Bai Ziming, not avoiding them as he directly retrieved some things from his shadow shrinking pouch. On the deck of the riding wind heavenly vessel, Zheng Ming instantly set up a grand formation. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. Indeed, in terms of attainments and formations, Zheng Ming was also not bad. Numerous streams of light converged to form numerous runes before coming together to form a grand formation which slowly rose up, hovering above the riding wind heavenly vessel. In the next moment, light flowed above the formation, and layers of light shadows appeared. Within the images of light, scenes of a vast land appeared before a long, flowing river could be seen. The illusory long river extended into the distance, seemingly rushing towards the great sea. Zheng Ming maintained this formation, while Qin Zhiliang took control of the riding wind heavenly vessel. The massive vessel seemed to have entered the long, illusory river before flowing along with it. As Ahu looked at Yin Zhaoge said, "Those who understand the heaven-bearing FEK formation will have a way to find the location of the grand formation. After all, this formation is established based on the flow of the earth veins, also being a pure sacrificial formation. It is just that my current cultivation base is insufficient." He glanced at Zheng Ming. The 5th level of the martial saint realm is sufficient. Chapter 688. Looking at the vast land formed by the formation above the riding wind heavenly vessel and the long river that surged into the distance, Feng Yunxing asked softly via sound transmission, "Since that is so, isn't it already proven that the heaven-bearing FEK formation indeed exists in the Royal Reed Sea, just that we do not know who it was that established it?" Yin Zhaoge answered without batting an eyelid. "It cannot be confirmed yet. This senior Zheng Ming is currently executing this formation in search of the grand formation that has triggered the flow of the earth veins. From what we currently know, none of the powers of the Royal Reed Sea, the Grand Xian dynasty included, has a guardian grand formation that can trigger the flow of the earth veins." Yin Zhaoge raised his head and glanced at the formation above the massive vessel. Therefore, if there's a large-scale formation that can do this, it would be where the target is. There would be no need to worry about being confused and finding the wrong place. However, the heaven-bearing FEK formation is not the only grand formation that can trigger the flow of the earth veins. Therefore, we can only confirm it after we have truly found the place. Feng Yinsheng and Ahu both nodded upon hearing his words. Ahu gave a simple and honest laugh. The Grand Qian dynasty won't just sit there and wait for death, right? Yin Zhaoge said, of course not. Still, it would definitely not be easy to deal with the pressure from the southeastern exalt. This way, it would be very hard for them to take care of the situation in the Royal Reed Sea. Having lost the suppression of the Grand Qian dynasty, it would be even easier for the Radiant Light sect, the Dim Darkness sect, and the North Sea Sword Pavilion to intensify. Ahu scratched his head. Young master, your target is still the Radiant Light sect at the end of the day. This is only natural. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was rather deep and distant. I have never forgotten that the extreme Yin crown is still in their hands. Hearing his words, Feng Yunsheng said gently, the extreme Yin bout has long since become history. The ownership of the extreme Yin crown now depends on a higher level of competition. Yin Zhaoge smiled. I will have you personally take it back. Feng Yunsheng exchanged glances with him, smiling. It is fine. Ahu said, in terms of enmity, the Grand Qian dynasty's hatred towards you is probably not inferior to the Radiant Light sects. Yin Zhaoge looked at the riding wind heavenly vessel beneath his feet. Therefore, we naturally have to find something for them to do. Ahu asked, young master, do you think that the Grand Qian dynasty will go all the way just... Yin Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng both understood the hidden meaning behind his words. He was worried that those of the Grand Qian dynasty would directly come to silence them. In order to prevent news of this from spreading out of the Royal Reed Sea and truly reaching the southeastern exalt's ears, he had left Zheng Ming and the others behind as well. While Zheng Ming's group possessed outstanding strength, as well as a powerful weapon like the Riding Wind Heavenly Vessel, the Grand Qian dynasty similarly had immortal bridge martial saints as well as high-grade sacred artifacts. If he cast aside all his worries, he was actually confident that he could succeed. Yin Zhaoge was not nervous. That won't be the case. A considerable portion of their attention is currently still tied up by the anti-Qian forces of the Royal Reed Sea, unable to spare so many experts. The Grand Qian dynasty is comparatively stronger, possessing the initiative on the battlefield. Still, it is not as though they can come and go as they please. Otherwise, the Radiant Light sect would already have been destroyed by now. If news of this were to leak out, they would have completely offended the southeastern exalt. Comparatively speaking, it is more likely that they would first dispel the heaven-bearing FEK formation, deceiving Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang, and the others before slowly making their next move. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes into slits. Having used up the Earth-Ocean Lung crystals, I wonder how long their heaven-bearing FEK formation will be able to sustain without such a material? Could they have just stopped it altogether? Ahu pulled back the corners of his lips. Young master, it would have been great if you had kept a few more things back then. Yin Zhaoge smiled. Only the Earth-Ocean Lung crystals are useful to me. The others merely occupy empty space. He stroked his lower chin. Now, I really have no intentions of doing so. Hopefully, with only the Earth-Ocean Lung crystals missing, they will still be able to continue maintaining the heaven-bearing FEK formation. Still, there is not much hope of that. After all, it is not easy to find a substitute for the Earth-Ocean Lung crystals. Feng Yinxing asked, if the Grand Qian dynasty has already stopped the heaven-bearing FEK formation and we have gained nothing this time, what should we do then? Gazing in the direction of the long river of light in the distance, Yin Zhaoge said slowly, it is still hard to say now. We will have to go there and see how things turn out. As Yin Zhaoge's group discussed this, Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang, and Wen Luoxiao were actually conversing in private as well. Heaven-bearing FEK formation. What exactly are King Xianwen, Daoist Shi, and the others trying to do? Chen Zhiliang's gaze was rather heavy. Or rather, what is that person trying to do? Wen Luoxiao asked, Master, that person refers to? Chen Zhiliang glanced at Zheng Ming. Zheng Ming extended his hand, spreading his fingers and making a 5 gesture before retracting 4 fingers, only raising a single index finger. Wen Luoxia immediately understood as she involuntarily sucked in a breath of cold air. Chun Zhiliang said, "You do not need to know exactly who it is. You just need to know that the situation is far from ordinary. Do not get involved in it." Wen Luoxia hurriedly said, "Thank you for your teachings, master and senior apprentice uncle. This disciple will remember it well." Chun Zhiliang swiveled his head and asked Zhang Ming, "Does that person want to search for the whereabouts of the Earth Queen's earthly deity? While there are no signs that prove that the Earth Queen has perished, there are also no signs that she is still alive in this world." Zhang Ming's face was sunken. The crux is, why does that person want to secretly search for clues? Who is he trying to hide it from? Chun Zhiliang's gaze retracted. "Senior apprentice brother Zhang, why do I feel that we should not get involved in this matter? A great calamity may be brewing here. The more we know, the faster we will die." As personal disciples of the Southeastern Exalt, there were rather limited existences that they could fear. However, it was precisely because they stood at a high vantage point that they were knowledgeable and knew things that ordinary people did not, that they understood even better the dangers that were concealed beneath the surface of some seemingly ordinary things. The wider one's horizons were, the more one would be able to sense their own insignificance. The Earth Queen's earthly deity was one of the 4 imperials of Taoism, one of the major figures who had stood at the peak of the heavens and the earth in pre-Great Calamity times. She was truly a figure of legend, possessing remarkable abilities and incomparably exalted. Being related to this person was already no small matter. Meanwhile, the situation before them was even more strange. Zhang Ming said softly, "Most of the time, the more you know, the faster you die. But sometimes, if you know too little, you won't even know how you die. The southeastern Yang Heaven territory is under Master's jurisdiction at the end of the day. If something were to happen, Master would not know and would be very passive. Even if we don't interfere, we should at least understand the situation and let Master decide." Chun Zhiliang nodded in agreement as Zhang Ming continued. "Before departing just now, I already sent someone out of the Royal Reed Sea to report back. That's for the best." Chun Zhiliang nodded, then turned to look at Wen Luoxia. "Where is Yi Xian now? Aren't you traveling together?" Wen Luoxia answered, "After entering the Royal Reed Sea, we separated. This disciple also does not know where senior apprentice sister Yi is currently." Chun Zhiliang let out a sigh, another worry weighing on his mind. Everyone had their own thoughts. The riding wind heavenly vessel flew on, traversing countless rivers and mountains. Land gradually appeared in front of him. The illusory river disappeared, but there were still clues to guide him. Gazing at the mainland, Yin Zhaogan knew that he was about to arrive at his destination. To be continued. Chapter 689. The riding wind heavenly vessel traversed the horizon, instantly traversing countless rivers and mountains. Yin Zhaoga raised his head to look at the formation above the massive vessel. As the formation operated, it gradually changed and seemed to be losing its direction. Yin Zhaoga raised his brows lightly. This meant that the heaven-bearing Fek formation that the Grand Xian dynasty had set up was likely to cease circulating, no longer being maintained. However, the effect of the formation on the earth veins was long-lasting. Therefore, while the formation was no longer circulating, the riding wind heavenly vessel was still able to follow the changes in the earth veins to search for the previous location of the bearing heaven Fek formation. However, if he rushed over now, it was hard to say if he could block the other party on spot. If the people of the Grand Xian dynasty had not discovered that Zhang Ming and the others had entered the Royal Reed Sea, they might not have cared about it. If they had already known about it, they might have already cleaned up their traces now. A majestic mountain range appeared on the horizon in the distance. The riding wind heavenly vessel very quickly arrived in the air above the mountain range. A round mirror-like radiance once again lit up on the massive vessel, the mirror-like light shining down on the mountain range unceasingly. Soon, the mirror flashed and stopped in a valley. The inside of the valley was illuminated by the mirror light. Instantly, rays of earthy yellow, heavy and condensed light shone and lit up. However, this light was very weak, and it immediately dimmed and disappeared, almost as if it had just flashed. Zheng Mingtong and Chen Zhiliang's expressions changed slightly. Feng Yunsheng and Ahu swiveled their heads to look at Yin Zhaoge, who pondered for a moment before saying, "It looks like the other party sensed something earlier." Not only did they stop the circulation of the formation, they even destroyed it, erasing all traces of it. The expressions of the two were extremely stern as the riding wind heavenly vessel descended, hovering in the air above the valley. In the canyons between the mountains, one could see billowing smoke and dust, but apart from a few human figures, there was nothing else, let alone any trace of a formation. Within the crowd within the valley, a middle-aged man stood calmly, raising his head to look at the riding wind heavenly vessel up above. Although he was looking up, his aura did not give off the feeling that he was inferior. In fact, he wasn't even looking at them from the same level. Instead, it felt as though he was vaguely looking down on the riding wind heavenly vessel and the people on it. While there were still others within the valley, this middle-aged man did not need to move at all. Just by simply standing there, he had already drawn everyone's gazes, making it hard for Yin Zhaoge and the others to notice anyone else. Yin Zhaoge's gaze hardened slightly. From the looks of it, he should be an immortal bridge martial saint expert. He should be at the 7th level of the martial saint realm, the early immortal bridge stage. However, his strength surpasses that of Pavilion Lord Gu Hong and the others of the North Sea Sword Pavilion. After having come to the world beyond worlds, Yin Zhaoge had seen more than a single immortal bridge martial practitioner. Among the Shunling 9 swords, there were 2 people, one old and one young, and the North Sea Sword Pavilion's pavilion master, Gu Hong. However, even though they were at the same cultivation level, the pressure they gave off was far inferior to that of the middle-aged man in the valley. Facing this person, Yin Zhaoge vaguely felt like he was facing an endless magnetic storm. That middle-aged man gazed over, just happening to meet Yin Zhaoge's gaze. Even Zheng Ming, Chen Zhiliang, and the others felt that although this middle-aged man was eye-catching, they couldn't see through him. However, as Yin Zhaoge met his gaze, he was able to see many things within. That unperturbed gaze was like a river of time, stretching from ancient times to the present. It contained the timelessness of time, but also the fleeting passage of time. It seemed to have the liveliness of a child, but also the vicissitudes of an old man. Yin Zhaoge understood that this was a sign that he had already attained a certain level of attainment in cultivating in the Aeon Light heavenly scripture. It seemed that in the eyes of the Grand Xian dynasty, the most important thing had indeed been the heaven-bearing Efficate formation earlier. The person before them could virtually be considered the current #1 expert of the Royal Reed Sea. Yet, he had always remained silent as he guarded this valley, guarding the heaven-bearing Efficate formation, never leaving the mountain. Shunlingzi's lineage was indeed worthy of cultivating in the martial arts of the Jade Clear Direct lineage, producing numerous experts as they were even more powerful than the royal family of the Grand Xian dynasty. A deep, heavy voice resounded within the valley, originating precisely from that middle-aged man. "This one is Kong Ping, my Grand Master Shunlingzi. Are you disciples of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage?" His voice was not loud, no power emanating from it at all. However, the multicolored light surrounding the riding wind heavenly vessel suddenly shook like ripples on water. Zheng Ming's expression did not change. Zheng Ming of the Southeastern Exalt's lineage. "Greetings, Mr. Kong." The middle-aged man Kong Ping said, "Thanks to the Southeastern Exalt's magnanimity in allowing us to remain in the Royal Reed Sea in the past, I wonder if you have come here today?" Only now did Zheng Ming's gaze shift away from Kong Ping, scanning the valley. "Kong Ping?" Yin Zhaoge exchanged looks with Feng Yunsheng and Ahu. Chen Zhiliang said, "I dare not command you. It is just that I have a question that I hope Mr. Kong can dispel for us." Kong Ping said mildly, "Please speak." Gazing at him, Chen Zhiliang asked slowly, "Your Grand Master, King Xianwen, Dao is sure and the other seniors came to the southeastern Yang Heaven territory that year to report to my master that they wanted to borrow the geographical location of the Royal Reed Sea to concoct the 8 trigrams treasured Yang pill. May I ask, Mr. Kong, if you need to establish the heaven-bearing FEK formation in order to concoct the 8 trigrams treasured Yang pill? Kong Ping's face was calm as a lake as he answered in an indifferent tone, "There is naturally no need. There is naturally no heaven-bearing FEK formation here." Chen Zhiliang's gaze hardened. Kong Ping's gaze fell on the riding wind heavenly vessel that was still glowing brightly above the massive vessel. "You found us through that earth-returning fleeing formation? It is no wonder. We once established a source-flowing earth-birthing formation here, just now, drawing in the chi of the earth, thus disrupting the flow of the earth veins." Chen Zhiliang glanced deeply at Kong Ping. The earth-returning fleeing formation could only find places where the earth veins were disturbed. Also, it was not just the heaven-bearing FEK formation that could disrupt the earth veins. The source-flowing earth-birthing formation could do the same. His hands behind his back, Kong Ping said neither swiftly nor slowly, "Following the will of our ancestors, we have wholeheartedly concocted pills. We naturally established a formation that is effective in concocting pills. There is no need for the heaven-bearing FEK formation. The southeastern exalt is perceptive and would not be deceived by some baseless rumors." Chen Zhiliang looked at Zheng Ming, only to see him suddenly taken aback. "Yixian, why are you here?" Chen Zhiliang was even more shocked upon hearing his words. His attention shifted away from Kong Ping as he gazed over in the direction of Zheng Ming's gaze. Indeed, he saw a tall woman within a valley. When Luoxia asked curiously, "Senior apprentice sister Yi?" That woman was her senior apprentice sister and also Chen Zhiliang's personal disciple Yixian. They had arrived in the Royal Reed Sea together previously, just having been temporarily separated afterwards. Yixian flew up, ascending the riding wind heavenly vessel as she greeted Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang. "Master, senior apprentice uncle." Chen Zhiliang appraised her. "Why are you here?" Yixian answered, "I was just about to report this to Master. Someone came over from the southern blazing heaven territory, secretly entering our southeastern Yang Heaven territory and entering the Royal Reed Sea. This disciple encountered them and was nearly killed. It was thanks to those of the Grand Xian dynasty that I was saved." Chen Zhiliang frowned. "Knowing your identity, they still wanted to act against you." Yixian nodded, a look of fury as well as lingering fear appearing on her face. "Precisely." Zheng Ming and Chen Zhiliang exchanged glances, their gazes turning even more solemn. Kong Ping's gaze now turned towards Yan Zhaoge. "We were granted permission by the Southeastern Exalt to reside in the Southeastern Yang Heaven territory. Encountering such a thing, it is only right for us to lend a hand. Still, this Kong also has some debts to settle with this little brother." Yan Zhaoge's gaze swept over, seeing Madame Kong, Qi Wei, Kong Jinyuan, and Kong Maoxing all appearing within the valley. To be continued.